Prova. Siamo pronti? Ok. Ciao ragazzi, buongiorno. Stiamo aspettando che caricano un messaggio WhatsApp arrivato al presidente di Imago, ci saluta tutti. E poi ci sarà Luciano Tovoli, che tra l'altro è stato anche il fondatore di Imago, per cui ha una doppia funzione storica, Luciano. Buongiorno Luciano. Io mi sono formato tra l'altro con i film di Luciano, che ho trovato che fosse un immaginario internazionale interessante, perché rispecchiava completamente quello che mi piaceva di Hollywood ed era fatto da un italiano. Mi piaceva tanto questa cosa qui. Ho lavorato con Vittorio Storaro, ho stato molto vicino a Dante Spinotti, per cui sono stato benedetto da Dio a lavorare e conoscere questi personaggi. E mi ricordo sempre in un caffè a un Starbucks di Santa Monica che Dante Spinotti diceva: tu vuoi lavorare nel cinema? In quanti siete? Uno. No. Devi diventare 5 uomini per diventare uno che lavora nel cinema. Perché quando guardo la gente di cinema vedo 5 persone. Questa è la cosa più importante, secondo me, è un mestiere difficile, impossibile e estremamente visionario. Non parliamo poi della regia, che è un altro problema. La cinematografia è qualcosa tra movimento, pittura e sogno. È una cosa meravigliosa. Io sono un prigioniero di questa cosa fin dall'età piccola, perché mio nonno lasciò a mio padre, diciamo, l'eredità nella sala cinematografica che doveva chiudere. Mio padre aveva 9 fratelli, è partito per l'Australia e ha lavorato in miniera per 25 anni. E nel piccolo terreno regalato dal governo australiano è stato costruito un drive-in. Per cui le finestre della mia cameretta erano praticamente il retro dello schermo di un drive-in. Per cui da lì nasce la mia rovina e il mio viaggio infinito e non uscirò mai nella vita. Ecco, io sono questo. Sono una piccola anatra che ha confuso un deltaplano con la madre. Ecco, io sono questa persona qui, non sono amato da tutti, però pazienza. Le rivoluzioni costano care, saremo famosi da morti, non importa. Andiamo col primo cartello. E io la prendo un po' così, ragazzi, perché allora è un mix di cartelli. Aspetta, ragazzi, è arrivato adesso, Aspetta che arrivo. Questo è un messaggio arrivato dal Messico. Non sono io a Microsoft. Eccolo qua. Allora, questo è un messaggio arrivato alle 7 stamattina, mentre mi dovevo alzare, forse prima anche delle 7, e lui si scusa perché sta girando un film a Città del Messico e è andato in albergo all'1 di notte e mi ha fatto questo messaggio. Giriamo sulla pagina 2, ecco qua. Qui cita anche Luciano, leggete con calma. C'è qualcuno più vecchio di me qui. You want to see? I had to speak in English. How many people speak English? Can you have the hands up? Oh my God. Okay, how many speak Italian? Roman dialect? Venetian dialect? Padovano stretto? Uno. Ok. Scottish. Unbelievable Scottish. You cannot understand anything. We go to the next. And after we talk about the story of the goose and the airplane, so in private anyway, two people want to know the story. We go to the next. Is the last one? Is the last one? Okay. This is the message. No. We better keep them not knowing the truth. Because if they imagine a different truth, they are more aggressive and dynamic. Ok? Ok. Luciano, possiamo mettere il cartello? Mettiamo il cartello R1 intanto che copre questo. Ecco, e Luciano, prego. Luciano è una rock star senza chitarra elettrica. Lui ha individuato una cinematografia internazionale, non so dove l'ha imparata. Dove sei nato tu?
Io sono nato in Maremma.
Orco. E a Maremma non c'erano gli americani in Maremma? No, non so. Comunque lui aveva un linguaggio...
Davanti all'isola d'Elba, mare.
Questo... C'è un altro microfono.
Perfetto.
Ci mettiamo a punto. Grazie Mariani, registi in background. Ecco. Tanto ci racconterà di Mago.
Sì, se mi dà il via, insomma, parto proprio tranquillo.
Primo, ma secondo me mi piacerebbe sapere anche come è diventato Luciano Tovoli, cosa l'ha fatto diventare quella cosa lì.
Io sono sempre stato Luciano Tovoli fin dall'inizio, però no,
sì, lo sappiamo da bambino.
All'origine, fin da bambino, sì. No, ho scoperto la fotografia in Toscana, appunto in Maremma, dove abitavo, praticamente a Piombino, una città operaia dove ci sono le grandi foundry da secoli.
You want English?
E quindi, I don't know, as you prefer. My English is very bad, but I would prefer Italian maybe. No, but for our friends that speak English, but as a courtesy, as a measure of courtesy, I will expose my weakness on your language, but I make the effort. Okay. So I discovered photography just looking to pictures of Henri Cartier-Bresson. Just one day, I found a book by chance, and I discovered there's an art existed, is the photography, with the same value as painting, literature, and music. With this in mind, I decided, of course, my course of study has been at the beginning Pisa University, where I tried for just 1 year to study English, and did the consequence, my bad English. I didn't finish the course, but in French a little bit better, as maybe our friend De Vergallo knows. And so I've been for 1 year, but then Pisa University has been the first time on which Italian University opened a course of film history. Great critics came and opened this course, so I've been there, of course, for 2 years. And then I discovered that, slowly I discovered that existed the profession of a cinematographer, because I saw drawings on which I became a photographer, a camera photographer. It was small, of course. Suddenly I saw drawings in a review on which there was a guy with on the back of a big camera, bigger than mine. I said, oh, who is this guy there? So I found the information, finally, this was a cinematographer. There in the Italian province, nobody knows about directors or cinematographers, what that means. And there I knew that in Rome it existed a fantastic film school. Then exists also today. Also big as a structure, so a film school with theater, stages, so with the film cinematheque. They made in 1937, maybe it's the only good thing the fascists arrived to do, because they believed very much in propaganda. And also they made the same thing, they occupy Albania, and they made a little Cinecittà in Albania, the same. So they believe on that, but it's there. So I prepare myself for the examination, just proposing pictures, photography, still picture photography. I was admitted, we were four of the course, 4 Italian and 4 outside of Italy, strangers. And by chance, this year, I became friend of Nestor Almendros. Nestor Almendros is one of the greatest cinematographers. He won an Oscar for a film with Terence Malick. Oh. Terence Malick, sì. And he made 14 films with Truffaut. So I became very new in France first at the beginning, and then so once I made the course was 2 years, but we disagree with the teachers of the school. Unfortunately, often the students are against their teacher, no, because we are lazy like students.
It's part of the game.
But we were the opposite. We were too active, because between me and him, we say, but we saw. They make some exercise of light, for example, And then in a normal apartment, they built a little apartment. It was a window, and they built the light up there, no, coming from the from the roof, not very high. We say, but the window is there. Why the light don't come from there? No. Then in 1956, it was impossible that if you have a window, you can put the light out of the window, enter in there. No, the light has to come from high, and then you fake another light. So complicated. At the end of the 2 years, I was called by the director of the school. He said to me, "Dear Tovoli, now we have to do the little short for the end of the year, no? So, but I don't think we can give to you the direction of photography because you don't demonstrate really. You and Almendros didn't demonstrate that you understand nothing about cinematography, about lighting, because you insist until today. If I ask to you, you say no. If the window is there, I will need to put the light coming from the window. Because taking pictures, we take pictures not just in exterior, often inside. So the light play all the day, you know. It came always from the opening to enter the interior. And this create what is the atmosphere. The technique that utilized until then, they made a masterpiece with this technique because it was a very complicated technique. Putting the light from high like that, they have to cover with the filters, you know, and then the problem of the shadow of the microphone. It was a fight, and the fight between sound engineering and cinematography was the worst enemies. No, I was thinking, no, with Vittorio Storaro, because we have been known in the same. Vittorio came 2 years later in the same school. Then we met, and we entered in the Italian society together because Giuseppe Rotunno so he saw few of our small little films. Rotunno came and said, you have to come inside the society. So we entered together in 1975, a few years ago. So the society has been created in 1950, so just 25 later.
Do you never talk with Vittorio about the little Buddha that was probably the only 65 millimeter shot from an Italian?
Sì, we spoke, of course. We are a very close friend, like brothers. So we analyze always. I always admired, mostly for the magnificence of his mise-en-scène of light, and he liked my simplicity in a certain way, no? And he respected also this law. But with Nestor Almendos, Mr. Almendos was always taking time. Said, Luciano, why we don't go in front of the Coliseum? We take a picture. I sent to my mother in Cuba, because his mother was the only person of his. So then after taking the picture, one day I remember we sit down in a little trattoria close, and we say, Luciano, we have to make a deal, no, like una promessa, un testamento, testimony, that never will accept to utilize the old technique of the light coming from the roof if they're there. No, so please, make this testimonial together. So I say that never I will do in my career. So I made that very officially in front of spaghetti and...
Do you remember the name of the trattoria?
I don't remember. I know the name. I remember the place. No. And I have to say that he has been smarter than me because he continued all his career maintaining this testimony. But suddenly I became bored.
You had to open the roof.
Yeah, I became bored.
But we don't have a roof that open here. But we cover the roof.
Yes, but with this, his fidelity to the testimony, he won an Oscar. I break the testimony, I have no Oscar.
You know, revolutions is made by secret people.
Okay. No, so, because one day I was in my apartment on a Sunday, and I heard just strange noise on the street. I opened the street and I saw from the 50 roof. I saw a lot of people fighting to enter in a theater that was close to me. And then in the morning, going outside to buy a newspaper, I saw that the same movie, horror movie, Dario Argento movie,
Profondo Rosso.
Profondo Rosso, was released in another theater. So I understood that people was running because both theater was full, and the guy hope that maybe there is a last place in the others. They broke the window. It was here, and looking to that, they remember me an image of the first Russian Revolution from a picture of which the people was just the guard, the Tsar guard was killing some of them. So the other guy was. No, I say, ma Luciano, you don't want to work with this guy? You don't want to do horror film? I say, because I don't want it. I don't like horror.
This? When you show Profondo Rosso.
No, not me. No. I saw a film. It was released. No. This was Luigi Cuviller.
Oh, okay. He was the DP.
Sì, was DP, magnificent. He made a magnificent work. But so the same. So this day, I put an interrogation to myself. Luciano, you are so strict on our vision of light, etc. So a horror film, they're free. They can do what they want. So this is the domain of freedom. And but you are unable to do that, myself, to say to myself, so what to do? I want to go to see the film on Monday. I say, today we'll have the place to enter. No, it was filled of people. This guy, this Dario Argento, they didn't consider nothing because I was, we say in Italy, you have the ham on the ice. You don't look. You don't look. I see just my own movies. I work with my little director, or I work also already with a big one because I already made The Passenger with Michelangelo Antonioni. I say, this is Dario Argento, horror movie, this Z movie, no B. Why B? They have to put on Z. No, so I entered, and I was forced, like a pain, to stay still because it was full, like that. And I saw, and I discovered, I said, but this is magnificent. Look what is free to do. You can do everything. Okay, but it's not me. So I forgot. 2 years later, a phone call. Luciano Tovoli, sì, sono io. Sono Dario Argento. Domani mattina, tomorrow morning, please at 8:30 at the office via Tripoli 3rd. Please be in time. I don't suffer people that come late. Sì, I'm Dario Argento. Okay, bye. If there is something that I like in a director, when they don't say 1,000 useless words, because very often I'm a little bit a director. I made 1 or 2 films, one small and one big. And then the director come to you at a restaurant. It explains a lot of possibility, no? We will do that, I will do that. And you listen and say, this guy is very good guy. First movie, no? Normally. Yeah, a little bit of money to do. And then you accept to do the movie. And then you start to say, maybe we'll do a zoom, and then we'll make a pen, and then with a close-up, and then we do I say, in the same shot? Sì, in the same shot. I say, oh my God, there is a guy who sell revolver. I kill myself immediately. I have to do 3 months with this guy. It is terrible. So Dario Argento who said to me, please, tomorrow morning, come. Finito. It was an invitation, with authority. But he knew that he was great. He was a good cinematographer, but he was very, very famous already. So it is. So I enter, I say, okay, I will come. I know, he didn't give me the time to say if come or not. Just he closed the telephone. So I have been there at the hour, precisely. I was in front of him, his father, producer, and this young brother, his assistant. And then I say, I came here, but I have to say, I think that in the film history, this is the most surprising purpose that a cinematographer can have. Present himself to a production to convince the production that you are the wrong guy. This was my attitude. But I was sincere. I say, dear Dario Argento, I didn't read police novel. I fear. Horror, I opened Kafka one day, I closed immediately. I didn't sleep for 1 week, and Kafka was already there and never read. So I never made nothing about horror movie. I don't know anything. So it's better if you take a friend of mine and ask you to recommend another guy. The father was A great producer say, but Dario, who is this guy? He came, and why didn't say by telephone? Why he came here? No, just said to telephone, I don't want to do the movie. And then Argento said, no, you see, but maybe he's interested. Why? You said, no, we can do. I would like to have a very you are interested in color. Of course, you work with Antonioni. Antonioni is a visual director. No, he worked the color. It was true, in effect. So maybe you can make some experiment. And they say, I would like to have the contrast of the first color film, Disney, in 1932, no? The first color films without actor, without a very, very, very strong color. And I say, maybe we can do something. At that moment, he was a photographer in Italy, very famous, and a very famous model. And he painted the model naked, painted with different color, and they take pictures. It became very famous, no? And I take this. I wrote this. I took this idea, and they say, why, if for example, when the two actors just start acting, we have a pot of blue painting from one side, and the pot of red from the other side, and very delicately we send on them this color, and then the color mix completely, and they react like they don't react, they continue to act normally. This for me is an horror movie. And so Argento opened the eye, the young Argento. The father, can we stop the meeting, Dario? Can go. And then they have in another room, at 2 meter distance, open the door, with the door open. And I hear screaming, the father, never this guy will come to do the movie. I don't want to hear, just don't forget his name. I didn't care work with Antonioni. And he was screaming. The screaming, and then Argento came out. So I said, Luciano, you see, my father is writing your contract.
Why you don't write a book? And Dario.
No, it exists. It exists already.
You already exist?
Okay, I will send you.
You write it?
No, I don't write. I've been interviewed by two young cinematographers. And a close situation. Then they say, oh no, I say, okay, allow maybe before he said, if it to be, no, we cannot put some color in the face of the actor. You know, it was a little bit exaggerated, but the idea, just to give you the idea. And then I said, maybe if I can do a test by myself, and so the father came, he was black. So, what to do? Would you do a test without the director? He's the director, you are not the director. No. I made the test, I found the camera, I found the actor, I found the film. I pay everything, just to understand if I understood well what Dario was explaining to me. So for that reason. So I took some friends. I've been in a theater where they're destroying a scene. As we photographers, we know that something wrong, something old is better than something new. Something broken, a window that is broken is more interested than the window with the glass that is not broken. No, I believe. So we search more than the accomplishment final. We are not testimony of a final accomplishment, but we are interpreter of something that's going on. So I spoke with the director of the studio. I said, you have there a big apartment, you are destroying it because the film is over, and there will be something. Can you stop one day and do my test here? And so at that moment, people were kind, and they said, Luciano, yes, of course. So I've been there one full day with a few friends, and I took 2 arcs, the brutes, the biggest light that then existed, that are one of my dream also. I have the lens. At home, I have the lens. I pray every day in front of the lens, the Fresnel lens, of the Brutus. Yes, okay. 5 minutes of recognition, because the light came out from the brute. I invite my friend here who work on light and sense of the build. I don't know if they are present, but it's a challenge to arrive to do that. And then I take 2. I took a glass against the heat because I put very close the 2 brutes lateral. I made what I say, not with the painting, but with the light. And I put velvet instead of gel. utilize jelly seems too normal to me at that moment. I said we have to go completely out of everything. So I put one very deep velvet red, another blue, and I made the same close-ups. They were already, the light of Suspiria was there completely, but with that picture in a certain way. We filmed that, they moved that, but it was picture. So I printed in the system. There's another situation, technical situation that is in my heart completely is Technicolor system, matrix system, where they shoot with the same camera, 3 films inside black and white. From black and white, 3 films black and white, they took out the color. This is just magnificent.
It's like the origin of RGB.
See, exactly. then they say, okay, it's too big, the camera. We cannot have the space of the Gepard, the Gattopardo always. So we shoot in some place that restraint. So we need camera smaller. So you have just one monopack color Kodak at that moment. It was not Fuji, didn't existed. And then they split in lab. They made 3 different matrix, one of the 3 colors, and then they just put painting on that, and they printed like a rotocalco, like a review. So I printed perfectly, and we are at the end of the story. But the end is the best part. What I will say for me when I in my mind, I think to that alone sometimes. I love myself. How I made that? I know. Anyway, so I say I called the director. Please come tomorrow morning. Same technique. Tomorrow morning, Technicolor at 10 o'clock. Don't be late. Boom. Finita. So we establish this. I want to establish the language, because then we have to do all for 3 months. And if you don't establish a language with the director, it became difficult to listen to him for 10 minutes to explaining. Yes, but this was when you are writing. Today we are shooting is different. Yes, but my vision is your vision. But now we have to put the light, put the camera. What do? We make a traveling, or the camera is still? I don't know. Okay, I will decide the traveling. So finally is that we work. So he came. So we printed perfectly these images. So start the projection was myself, the director, and the colorist, let's say, no, what they say today. And then the images start, and this photo, because this animated photo, let's say, were very brilliant. The color were so strong. And then suddenly Dario Argento jumped. The theater was just like that, no? And nobody was there. So he jumped on the chair, and go against the screen. The screen was just under the ground, until the ground. And then he splashed against and say, this is my Suspiria, this is my Suspiria. And then what I saw, it was just, because at that moment, the Argento was just a lead, just transparent. It was 30 kilos, maybe, at the moment. So my the light was making a radiography. So my color entered him. So I saw the liver, I said to myself at that moment, why don't have in my mind today, because tomorrow we will have it easily. So the camera will finish, no? Because in your eyes, you will look, you click in the head, and then you charge for the image. Why have to do this? No? So I said, why we didn't arrive yet to the fact that I can, without a camera, fix this image, because it was too strong. We started the movie, we didn't speak, so it was finished, in the sense that he said, Luciano, we have to do this movie. And I say, Dario, but you don't move the camera, no? Because I have 2 arcs. How can I move? What I don't move the camera? I will do what I want. I'm the director. You're right. You're right. I have to. It's my problem.
Which movie you shoot with Dario?
With Dario, I shoot 3 movies. 2. So Dario, the film has been very successful internationally, in Italy also. So he said, okay, we do the style of the film Suspiria 2. No, I said, no. This I never will do another film like that.
You shot also Il Corvo?
I shot Tenebre.
Okay.
Tenebre, title Tenebre.
But you never look inside 65 at that time?
No. I knew, of course, it was my dream. It was the dream of every cinematographer.
Why you don't make it happen?
No, I make it happen because the director don't follow me at the production. Because I was not enough strong to say, or you do that, or I don't do the movie. lose the movie with Antonioni. Antonioni said, no, sorry, Luciano. 65, I don't need. You see, I want to do to search. We made a movie on for the television in low definition, just for the idea that it was very rad, because Antonioni was searching for the color. Antonioni has been one of the first to say the color has been given to cinematographer, to director, not just because to color the movie, just an element of a drama possible to be utilized like an actor. And we made an experiment, Il Mistero di Oberwald, paid by the television for 5 months experimenting, but we make on tape of 2 inch, so it was low definition. But no, the definition was not the problem. Sì, exactly. No. But this was not the problem. The problem was the idea that Antonioni tried to make some shot on which the color became as protagonist as it is a dialogue, a phrase. Instead to write a long phrase, you put a color, and this color, this is the case of Suspiria. Yeah. Suspiria, if you see the history of Suspiria, is not the best and the most interesting story of an horror movie. But the colors are so overwhelming you.
It's a painting.
It's there. So once I've been in Japan with Dario, we have been there. They released it on a stadium with 35,000 people in night, of course, and so they cut in two. So all the people was looking in the right direction. It was something incredible how the people reacted to that. Hey, but this is not the theme. It's not my. Okay, I narrated enough of myself.
No, that's okay. Anyway, you understand. We understand how was the life at that time with imaging. That was really like making children. To be a cinematographer, a very complex process. You're not happy? You don't have children? No, okay. My
honestly, then at that moment so everything was heavy, no. So you need more people around. You need a crew of several persons.
No much special effects.
And each camera need one camera operator, one focus puller, one camera assistant, loader, and then so you were at the head of a big staff. You have the responsibility very much of the fact that at the end of the day, this work has to be done. Yeah. So you have double responsibility. In a certain way, the aesthetic was the last responsibility for the producer. The producer didn't care, because the producer didn't believe about the fact that the film is beautifully, visually, and is interesting, but they like the film that can bring people to the theater, of course. No?
Tell us about how you invent Imago.
Imago is the derivation of idea that I have in 1981, where I realized then I already made Antonioni's movie and some others. That a lot of people, I receive a lot of phone calls at home, students or people who like movies, who say, "Ma Luciano, how did you make Marco Ferreri, The Last of Women? You made this black and white. Why you made that?" I felt that it was an interest outside in the audience. They look at the cinematography. They look at the image more than I was thinking. I said before, no, the producer they don't think that the value of the image is nothing, just the story, the actor, and the people has to come to pay the ticket. No, it's not true. They exist also today, of course, and then part of the public, they realize at a certain moment that they follow the story, but then suddenly they see that this is kind of style, let's say, style that they interest them. So I say, why we don't do, for the first time in the film history, a festival dedicated to cinematographers. Okay. And we'll do with a friend of mine in L'Aquila that came, one of the people who called me one day, Gabriele. Gabriele became the director of the Mondadori section of film book after. So this guy came and said to me, "Why? I saw your movies. I will try to follow one film, maybe a little." So, okay, I said, come. But it was the wrong film, because it was the film of an Italian great actor, comic. But this guy was so terrified. Poi he made one movie, il famosissimo comico italiano che ha fatto, Dio santo, aspettate, vi aiuto, ma insomma ora poi viene a mente anche a me. Verdone. Non lo ricordo perché non è stato gentile con me, allora l'ho messo da parte un po'. Ecco, una selezione naturale diventa, però invece è molto carino.
Forse non gli piaceva il colore molto.
No, non gliene frega niente proprio, non è che gli piaceva, non si
colore.
poneva il problema. Lui era terrorized by the fact that
Lui è mai stato in Technicolor.
No. Il first movie was very successful. The problem is the second movie. Mostly for a director, actor, also for a director, second movie, if you are successful in the first movie, at the second they are waiting you, and then more you are the actor.
We've again the second one. Olmi was telling me at the beginning, you can win a festival.
Certo.
Maybe you have a good position in the second, but you become a director at your third movie.
Okay.
And Vittorio, Hermano Olmi was my teacher for many years, Ipotesi Cinema. See the students writing on the business card, director. After 1 month at school.
Sì, but this is
at the first festival you're winning, you can write director. The first, maybe people believe you, maybe you're so enthusiastic after 50 years trying to make it. The second one, you're risking, third one is concentrating you. That's the story. Anyway, we had to go to the next guy.
Sì.
Luciano is like a legendary book writer because he really show really what they can do from here. Because the Italian cinematographers...
Already enough for to say, now you go to...
But now we're going to the reverse of this point. We thank you to Luciano. He's really a legend. I love his white hair. I don't have this chance.
Already, it's the second time that you say, so...
Okay. Okay, thank you Luciano.
Okay, grazie.
Grazie tutto.
Okay, and Mustafa Barah, who is the president of Imago, until now for 1 year. So I was so happy that year that we met and we went together.
He was very gentle with me. Last 3 days was on the phone many times from Brazil and Mexico City. They really like
this is Imago, you see?
Yeah, I love it. Thank you. Thank you, Luciano, for this contact.
57 society altogether, 4,500 cinematographers can... Oscar, no one know they can communicate.
We can have some friends there.
Australia, not because I'm cinematographer.
Okay.
Some movie, I'm Imago.
Grazie.
Grazie a te. Give me the opportunity.
Cartello 18. Cartello 18. Ragazzi, Tommaso Vergallo. Tommaso è un colpevole di una serie di rotture di palle universali nel mondo del cinema, perché noi ci siamo incontrati a Zurigo, negli anni metà anni 90, quando si andava in giro con sognavamo di fare il cinema con mezzo pollice di sensore di mini DV o i8. Però per noi era già tanto comprare la mini DV e da lì si iniziava a girare, fare, poi si voleva andare al cinema, si voleva andare ai festival. Poi c'era in Svizzera un posto, si chiamava Swiss FX, che era un posto come il Vaticano per la Chiesa. Questo era un posto che andavi lì e c'era Tommaso Vergallo che ti accettava alla porta con Rudy Chic e ci aiutava a trasformare le nostre miniature cinematografiche in film, portandola a 35 mm e insegnando tutta una serie di piccoli trucchi per... vado in inglese, scusate, back again. Tommaso Vergallo... Rewind. Tommaso Vergallo, I met Tommaso in Switzerland in middle of 1994, 1995. In the days of Dogma 95, and we were shooting small digital camera movies, and he was the guy doing blow up to 35 millimeter. And he was very important for the young cinematographers and young directors because he was giving the chance to go to festivals. The festival was not projecting digital or video, but only 35 millimeter film. That was the media. Internet was not allowed to get inside. There was no USB, no firewire connection, just footage and mechanics and optics and lights. That was really the origin of the lantern. That was the story. And Tommaso was the guy that was like Caronte, bringing us to the other side of the river. And this was the story of many young cinematographers, from Thomas Winterberg, from Lars von Trier, from many. A lot of modern directors came across this process, me too. And was really the days of the cowboys on the horses, because it was really, really tough. And Tommaso was the gentleman that bring us from mini DV to 35, but now we go into 65 digital, but we also have 65 film, of course. And now Tommaso will tell us a little the story about this journey from mini DV to 35 and what was happening in that legendary days and what you see today with the arrival of 65 millimeter.
Thank you very much, Dante. Very difficult to speak after the marvelous Luciano Tovoli. I don't have this feeling of being a great actor in front and behind of the camera, of course, as you did. But now I had a big chance in my life, actually, because I was at the beginning a school teacher, so nothing to do with cinematography, but still there are lots of connections. And I have been certificated in Switzerland at the art school of Lausanne, the cinema department of the film the film department of the art school in Lausanne, and I was for 3 months the television director. And a colleague of me, cinematographer, called me and said, I have to go to India for 6 months. I would love that you are taking my place for a couple of weeks to make the process of taking video footage and treat them and process them to 35mm. I said, for 2 or 3 weeks, why not? Interesting, open mind guy. And yeah, at least I stayed 4 years with them. And it was, when I say I have a lot of chance, it was the right moment. We had the will, the wish, and in Switzerland in particular, because in Switzerland at that time we had more documentaries in the theaters than fiction feature-length thing. This was a particularity. So the blow-up of Super 60 and 235 was extremely well done in Switzerland because of them, because you shoot light. And when the video came for the first time, where we could do something with, it was the digital output of the DV cam from Sony at that time. Mini DV, we had an incredible chance again. Pio Corradi, a great Swiss cinematographer who passed away 2 years ago, unfortunately. He had the plan to go to Tibet and to make a documentary with Ulrike Koch to catch the last time where the tradition to take the salt out of the seas in Tibet and to bring it down to the valley. And at that time, of course, you can't go to Tibet with an official camera crew. You are not allowed at all to step across the border. And when the Mini DV came, they went into Tibet as a tourist. So they had a pocket camera with the small tapes. Each. And it was the last time where they took the salt out of the seas with the traditional way of doing that before the industrials comes with the trucks and stuff like that. And that we brought that up to 35mm. And I mean, the audience was astonished, as probably the Frères Lumière, the first movie of the Lumière brothers, where they were amazed that they can film, they can shoot, a train coming out of the screen. It was a little bit the same feeling. So long story short, I had the chance to be in a certain kind at the right time, at the right moment. Thomas Winterberg and Lars von Trier came up with the Dogma 95, which was provocation, of course.
Fantastic provocation.
And so we were really at the top of the technology at that moment, because the traditional labs worldwide, they were more pushing 35 mil and different print stocks and stuff like that. And we were fast. We were coming from Switzerland.
Not only fast, they was
precise,
emotional people. Working with love. This was a love laboratory. You get there and you change your personality with these people. It was really an experience. And we still are connected all together with these people worldwide, because this was like the orphans of film.
I
trying
think
to get inside with
the
no parents.
At the very beginning, we had a theory that you are not making a movie step by step, but every step is important. And you don't make a movie with an idea first, but you do a movie starting by the end. That's our common idea. So what do you want to achieve? What's the final release on a big screen? And then you put together your crew, your technology, and your approach, and every single part of the workflow is important. So this was the main approach, and this was the reason as well that we started saying, you have some little adjustments that you can do in this small camera, video camera. So you put out a little bit of color because there was too much saturation on that kind, because television loves saturation, television loves crispy pictures, and we tried to break this look to bring it up to film. And so this was the basic idea, and that's still existing until today. I mean, the data is bigger, lenses are faster, are more available, and the formats are moving, of course.
Not only, we was merging the interlaced video image to a single frame. There was we do modification. There was a completely different change in TV to 24 frame rate or 25, because it was very difficult with sound also to work, because there was the video cameras was 50i becoming 25p with the sound at 24p. That means we are harmonizing the length of the sound. It was very complex. People passing across that process learn how complex can be with living two worlds together. All the digital merging to all the film. Today we are full digital. It's really simple. But that days was like really doing like crossing the sea swimming. There was madness doing that. It was so complex to bring out a picture on big screen from a small camera. But after we get up to digital Betacam, and only around 99 we arrived to the first 24p. And what's happened? In Calabria, June 8, 2001, there was the first international 24p symposium, something like today, but they come from worldwide. We have Panavision from Hollywood, people from Sony, people from Zeiss, people from everywhere. And we met in this castle in Scilla, and we was around 50 people, I think. Also was people from 50p. And was people from Road Movie. We have people from everywhere. We have Kodak was there also. We have also a fight there, because Kodak was complaining that we were sending his workers home with no job. Do you remember? This was incredible. I remember we have a battle with Kodak about talking about digital. We have a big enemy, was the film people. That's incredible. And today, film is back again. That means people understand how much digital we have today. Maybe we have little film again. And this is interesting, because it's never ends in cinema. Nothing. This is the beauty of this industry, because you can go with two media different. I see these new cameras see the footage of the camera we're seeing today, there's something really looking film. This is the first time I see a camera that looks like film stock. And that can be something that's changing again everything. Because if you have a digital camera that looks like film stock, it's bringing two worlds, two dreams mixed together. And this is what we see this afternoon maybe in the color grading with Sergio Cremasco. He's going to show us on a grade 1 monitor some good material to see better than on projection for me. And this we see today. And now we have, you confirming that the coffee is ready? Okay. We're going to have a nice coffee outside. We're opening the door. The coffee is offered by Cook Optics. It's the famous Cook Optics, do also good coffee. We can go.
Coffee.
Attori in scena. Cosa vuol dire dopo Fuji? Fuji arriva dopo, c'è... Aspetta, no, abbiamo i due video interventi, poi parte Black Magic e subito dopo Fuji. Dopo questo. Adesso andiamo un po' più sul tecnico. Sì. No. No, perché tu parli francese. Sono difficili i francesi, eh? Non voglio imparare il francese perché diventerei difficile come personalità. Quella lingua lì secondo me complica, secondo me l'ego. Sì, è un'autoindulgenza di se stessi la lingua francese. Ti piace?
Ascolto e dico, ma dov'è che perché poi uno si chiede, qui c'ha delle possibilità di scrittura automatica, io tra l'altro veramente ti invidio.
Ti faccio leggere delle cose che ho fatto e ti spaventi.
Io tra l'altro io non sono tanto male.
No. Ci siamo incontrati a Priscilla. Non ho detto che lui era uno che lavorava entrando, che lavora in Rai.
Ciao, fa piacere rivederti.
No, ho detto lavoravi in Rai Cinema, ho detto.
Tra l'altro lui è stato ancora più preciso.
Preciso, no, ma per quello ti ho invitato qua, perché tu hai un percorso a fare con me, lo sapevi?
Sì,
Preparati.
mi preparo.
Ok.
Suona come minaccia.
È una minaccia meravigliosa. Perché quelli pazzi, quelli matti li riconosco.
Poi ti ho ascoltato. Adesso di che cosa si parlerà?
Adesso sono dei saluti internazionali di personaggi, insomma, che io conosco. Questo Route 65 è un gruppo di cinematografi, quelli che purtroppo per fortuna hanno più soldi di tutti noi e sono 6 film americani che girano qui a Roma per tutti i 65 mm. Tutto il business cinematografico di alto livello oggi è 65 prima di tutto va verso i 12-20k di risoluzione e soprattutto produce cinema che dovrebbe i prossimi 30 anni e soprattutto è tempi cambiare linguaggio perché questo cambia anche il paradigma estetico.
C'è secondo te immediatamente un recupero, ecco, una domanda che mi ho fatto, un recupero della pellicola, ma in termini veramente seri, in termini...
Sì, però costa, devi avere 1 milione, per esempio il film di Nolan hanno speso 1 milione di euro di pellicola, noi abbiamo 1 milione di euro per fare il film, come fai? Non puoi fare, per cui come fai a fare un film?
Ah, ma tu parli di Oppenheimer? No, parli di
Odissea. C'è attenzione che non c'è permesso neanche pensarlo dall'Italia, mi spiace. A noi ci resta il digitale fatto bene, ma chi se ne frega, facciamo l'arte negli indiani se vogliamo. Io ho portato i grandi lei e quelli facevano il culo a tutti. E noi abbiamo gente che c'è il culo al mondo qua, dove sono finiti? E sono scappati. Poi ci guardavano con eroismo. Non ci credi?
No.
Vuoi partecipare alla rivoluzione?
Assolutamente.
Passiamo dalla dolce vita alla vita edulcorata. Però, sei pronto Perez? Sono sempre pronto. Ma quanto caffè state bevendo lì fuori? Allora iniziamo, però voglio far partire il video. Allora, abbiamo 2 direttori della fotografia che ci salutano dall'estero. Altri direttori della fotografia non hanno potuto né inviare messaggi né presenziare perché c'è in questo momento un fattore politico purtroppo importante, che c'è una delle più grandi case produttrici di cineprese del mondo e storica, è in difficoltà e potrebbe anche scomparire dal punto di vista storico e sembra che venga acquistata da un'altra entità diversa, per cui tutto quello che conosciamo del cinema oggi potrebbe non esserci più tra una settimana, per cui bisogna anche tenere conto di questo momento, perché se la più grande e leggendaria casa cinematografica di attrezzature non è in grado di sopravvivere, è una perdita gigantesca questa. Per cui alcuni direttori di fotografie che stanno usando queste camere in questo momento anche su Roma non hanno potuto presenziare per motivi non si capisce bene chi sarà poi il proprietario, chi sarà questa azienda in mano a chi, per cui è un momento di sospensione e non hanno potuto presenziare questo posto perché c'è un ordine superiore e siccome sono endorser di queste macchine 65 mm, la questione è questa. Per cui chi manca qui? Tommaso Vergallo? Buongiorno. Allora, andiamo con la tabella, la prima, quella che ho chiesto. Ok, Oren Sofer è un filmmaker che sta crescendo in maniera esponenziale. Lui ha girato un paio d'anni fa The Creator, che è stato un successo planetario, girando con una Sony FX3 e delle ottiche co-anamorphic, diciamo, ricostruite dalla PS Technique tedesca, e ha fatto un prodotto straordinario usando tecnologie semplici ma con obiettivi di livello, perché alla fine stiamo proprio a dimostrare quanto oggi l'ottica, o better today, how much a lenses can impact a digital sensor. Oren Sofer shot The Creator. It was a very famous movie, recognized worldwide, shot with Sony FX3 with a 5,000 euro camera, with a lenses made in Germany. It was a reissue of Kowa anamorphic, and demonstrate how much you can produce, how much quality you can do with digital cameras, and also with digital cameras in a lightweight form factor, but you need great optics. And later we were going to talk about the power of glass today. That's more important than the past. And Oren Sofer sent us a small video message. He cannot be here because shooting in Pennsylvania. We can go with the video.
Hello Dante and all attendees of Cinema Route 65. This is Oren Sofer joining you virtually by video call. I wish I could be there with you all in person, but circumstances prevented me from joining you in Rome. Hopefully I'll be able to be there next year, but I'm here to talk about large format cinematography, and hopefully you all have just seen the trailer for our short film OK, shot on the new Fujifilm GFX Eterna 55. This camera has the largest sensor of any digital camera on the market right now. The sensor is 4x3 and it is 55 millimeters across, hence the name. Pretty much akin to an IMAX frame, although a little bit smaller in dimensions, but the effect of it is quite similar, and I was really excited to be one of the first cinematographers to be able to use the camera and to be asked by Fujifilm to shoot a narrative short on the camera as part of their launch for the camera system, and to really put it through its paces in a production environment and see what it was capable of and what the sensor was able to look like. I've been shooting still photography with the GFX still camera for many years, and even though that camera had a video component, it was cropped into the sensor, so the GFX Eterna is really Fuji's first cinema camera that does allow you to access the full open gate height and width of the sensor, just like the still camera. And to me, what was really exciting about the camera is that the images that come out of it really look like medium format stills come to life. And that was really the first impression that I got. And I think that's what excites me about large format cinematography in general. I mean, when you look at films like Oppenheimer and Nope and other movies that have used the IMAX format to its highest potential, or films like All Quiet on the Western Front, or even most recently One Battle After Another, what I think is most exciting about the large format is its ability to place the human face on a large canvas. And, you know, while it's tempting to think of it as a format for large epic vistas, and of course it's been used very beautifully for that purpose, I think what excited me the most was actually using it for material that was more intimate. And our director actually had this term that he kept using, which was that he felt that the camera made the intimate epic. And I think that was really emblematic of what we felt described the images that came out of the camera really well. You know, this requires a certain combination of lenses with the sensor in order to get that quality to come out of it. But when you have the right lenses that have the right speed and allow you to get that really shallow depth of field look that separates the character from the background and allows you to get really close to your actors but still see the background and have that separation, it really does feel like the characters pop off the screen and you really do feel immersed in the world in a way that feels more enhanced and more lifelike and larger than life than any other format. And I as a cinematographer just find that very, very exciting and new and different. And you know, having this camera and the sensor be unique in the market in its size and shape, I think just opens up a new world of opportunity for us as artists to create and find new ways to compose images. And that's always fun and exciting. We paired the camera with Fuji EBC lenses from the 70s, rehoused by TLS and Ancient Optics, as well as a Zelmus Apollo anamorphics, 75mm predominantly, which did cover the sensor as well, which was very exciting to discover. Our lighting approach was minimalistic and naturalistic, which is something that I'm drawn to personally. And I think that, once again, combined with this sensor's ability to create images that feel larger than life, I think enhances that feeling even more and creates something that feels particularly immersive and grandiose and powerful, even as the subject matter is very personal and intimate and emotional. And I think that juxtaposition is very interesting and exciting to me as a storyteller and a cinematographer. So anyway, thank you for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of Cinema Route 65. Thank you so much.
Andiamo col prossimo cartello. Allora vi racconto che io sto contattando a livello internazionale tutta una serie di direttori delle fotografie che stanno girando in 65 mm e tutti hanno risposto. Sorry again, English. I speak always in Italian, but it's just because Gerard Bayer is trying to learn Italian and I'm helping you to spend less money at the school. Okay. I started calling 4 weeks ago. I don't know for what reason. I decided to invent this Cinema Route 65. That was mostly like a game to create a kind of event to talk about new 65 cameras coming to the market. And I start writing here and there to cinematographers what expressed me, send me crazy, what everybody start replying. There's a lot of people looking to shot 65, they look into 65, they start shooting 65, and there's interest in these people like joining like this kind of club of people shooting bigger images. And I have a lot of fun, but now I'm on the phone for 4 hours a day with these people. And we have other people was looking to come, but there's something going on in the market that we had to be careful. And this is another gentleman I spoke on the phone, mostly about wine and dogs, to be honest, but a very nice gentleman. And this is Lowell Crowley. He shot The Brutalist. He do an experience in VistaVision film stock, but the next movie is preparing to with Corbett Bradley is maybe 65 mm film stock, because 65 is also film stock. Who has budget and money can shot film stock. He has talent and creativity, has no money, can shot anyway beautiful stuff with 65 digital cameras. We don't separate the two worlds because we think that 65 is a paradigm, is a new way of looking to the image. We will talk later about what's changing, also in the creative point, in the perspective, in the three-dimensional space and texture. Is a big change because it's 4 times a 35 mm sensor, and that means everything is bigger. Also the latitude, also the color textures and the color depth. Everything is better and is more fantastic to do. I think that after many years of 35, we can start looking for something bigger because just to tell you, the new movie shot by Nolan with Hoyte Hoytema, they just spent €1 million in film stock. That means maybe if you shot that in digital, it was just €50. That means for a market like Italy, the digital 65 will be a revolution like the 60s for me. And this can be interesting to start talking again from the bottom about everything, especially with the cinematography. We can start talking about everything again and become fantastic, enthusiastic like Luciano Tovoli that has stories to tell. This is another part of my story of today. For all the cinematographers, this will be a new chapter. We go with Low interview. He's a crazy guy, I love him.
Hey Dante and everyone at Cinema Route 65 in Rome. It's Lowell Crawley here, sending you a message from Los Angeles in celebration of what I hope will be the first of very many celebrations of large format cinematography. And thank you for the invitation. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person. Many of you may know that I have a great love for shooting on celluloid and was lucky enough to shoot a large part of The Brutalist on VistaVision alongside 3perf 35mm and 16mm. VistaVision, for those of you that don't know, advances the film horizontally 8 perforations per frame, creating a negative area almost twice as large as traditional 4perf 35mm, which obviously pulls it the frame down vertically. You know, there's a lot of I'm going to have a sip of wine in celebration. I hope you're all. I know it's early, but I hope you're drinking. I'm about to go out for dinner, but I'm with you in spirit. Yeah. So there's a lot of conversations about resolution, you know, since the rise of digital cinematography, there's been, you know, a lot of conversations about resolution and, you know, 4K, 6K, you know, companies like Netflix make, you know, stipulations about higher resolution. I just want to, you know, say, because, you know, conversations about VistaVision are ongoing, thankfully, with films like One Battle After Another, which I will come to in a minute. Incredible movie. Yeah, I just want to say that the resolution was not the reason that we shot VistaVision for The Brutalist. It was largely for the field of view, the increased field of view. And a lot of people don't seem to be, well, a lot of the conversation doesn't seem to be about that. You know, and when Brady and I first started testing, we realized, you know, a movie about architecture and the vistas, you know, the literal vistas of the Carrara marble quarries in Italy, for example, we wanted to shoot on a format that, you know, meant you weren't forced on a wider lens for these vistas, which would obviously have inherent distortion, you know. So what was immediately clear is you could have these very intimate moments with the characters and also celebrate the space around them as well, which is often the argument for shooting anamorphic. You know, you can have an intimate portrait of someone while still seeing the world around them. And so, yeah, I just kind of want to say that, you know, resolution and everything is fine, but it's not why we wanted to get into large format cinematography. In actual fact, we tried to degrade and break down the image somewhat in order to get it closer to what Brady and I have always tried to do, which is, this book here is on pictorialism. Check out pictorialism. It's wonderful. It's a much more impressionistic idea of photography and cinematography, as opposed to recording, you know, immense detail or maximum amount of detail. Anyway, that's one of the things I wanted to say about why we chose to shoot VistaVision. So the film's director, Brady Corbet, and I had wanted to shoot 65mm on his earlier feature, Vox Lux, right? But unfortunately, the limited availability of cameras meant that it wasn't possible. Unfortunately, due to the advent of digital cinematography and the reduced obsolescent nature of film cameras, which is very important to stress, we've seen very little R&D in this area since I first started in the industry in the late 90s, right? So this limited availability still remains an obstacle for those of us wanting to shoot 65mm film. However, this hasn't dissuaded Brady and I and other film enthusiasts, celluloid filmmakers, anyone who has seen One Battle After Another will have hopefully delighted in the multiple aspect ratio releases, the spectacle of the almost entirely VistaVision cinematography. We have passionate advocates for large format celluloid productions. Giovanni Ribisi, Tyler Shields, Chris Nolan, Hoyte van Hoytema, Paul Thomas Anderson, Robbie Ryan, Yorgos Lanthimos, to applaud all of them, as well as many others that I failed to mention. Today's celebration of large format cinema has coincided beautifully with Brady and I's first foray into 65mm filmmaking. Yes, it's taken that long for me to put 65mm film through a camera, despite having shot over 12 movies on film, on 35mm. So, yeah, it's another adventure for me as a cinematographer. So we're testing for his next feature, which shoots summer 26. I have to give a shout out to our friends Luca and all at K65K in Italy. Use them and shoot on well, don't use them when we're using them, right? Check the dates. Use them and shoot on what is officially Kodak's favorite camera. And you'll have to ask Luca why that is. Anyway, have a Prosecco, Negroni, Chianti, Barolo, whatever. Probably a bit early for those, but not if I was there. And raise a glass to Cinema Route 65 and all of us who are committed to shooting big cinema, and also, of course, the companies and technicians who are as invested as we are. Ciao. See you next year. Have an amazing time. All right.
Ok. Infatti non abbiamo visto il suo cane perché c'è un altro quarto d'ora. Abbiamo parlato di cani, di tutto, vini, eccetera, come veramente spettacolare. Voglio aggiungere una cosa. Sul lago di Como, dove io mi sono rifugiato dopo che il cinema italiano mi cacciò. Sorry. I live on the Lake Como, and where I escaped 20 years ago because the Italian cinema don't accept really what was my digital revolution. I just retired from the industry, but I spend my time with our gentlemen in technology and I have fun anyway. I'm back again after 25 years of this escaping point because I have another toy to play with, that's 65mm. And I promised myself to don't come back anyway, but now I'm back again, sorry. And on Lake Como, for a strange reason, we have more Americans there than Italians, and a lot of the people are from the film industry. This is incredible. I met so many people in that place than Hollywood, because I don't know what's happening. But there's another gentleman called Thompson, the surname, the name I can't tell it, he asked me to don't tell the name. This gentleman is in charge for buying properties for ASEAN countries to build IMAX multiplexes. They are building 165 IMAX multiplexes in Asia. The Asian people looking to get back to the big screen, more than Europeans looking to make other stuff. I don't talk what. But Asia never had beautiful moments in big screens. They had the 0 year. That means 65mm is going to match that huge industry. This is something very important. India, Pakistan, Korea, China, Singapore, they're building large screens. They're not building normal 35mm theaters. They're building huge IMAX theaters. This gentleman show me the map. He bought the Castello, he bought a castle in a town called Karate Urio. And he bought a castle redesigned by Carlos Scarpa, the architect. And his wife is a famous American actress. And his job is to buy property and build for IMAX this kind of multiplexes, a millionaire. Just to tell where the industry is going in our countries, on the other side of the countries. We have looking too much at the white man countries, we have to look to the other colored people countries. Italy remains a spectacular place also for China guys, for Singapore guys. Italy has a masterpiece of culture. We had to get back to make bigger movies. 65 millimeters, the thing to start from the bottom again. This is my personal point of view. We had to become bigger like the 60s. This is why I spoke and let Luciano talking, because this gentleman was like heroes. And making cinema is a work for heroes. This is what we want. Andiamo con la tabella 19, che arriva Michele De Benedetti, ed è un uomo che sa un sacco di cose. This gentleman is called Michele De Benedetti. He knows so many things about digital, and I hope to don't press us too much against the wall of technologies. I hope we keep a little the romantic shame we're trying to maintain here. This is maybe Lol Crowley asking me how go the video. Oh, this is impossible. Okay. Blackmagic is an Australian company. This is on the other side of the oceanic place. That means what the IMAX are happening, why Blackmagic is there, and why this is happening. It's natural that Blackmagic came with a 65 millimeter, 70K in a country is going to be huge theater with big screens. This is showing what's tomorrow. These big cameras, also Fuji. Why this is happening? Because there's something bigger happening out there. And now Michele start talking about all the other stuff that he knows more than me. Enjoy.
Ciao, tante grazie. È un piacere essere qui, invitati da Adcom per aver organizzato questo evento. Io sono Michele, lavoro con Blackmagic. Cambio in inglese così i nostri amici ci possono capire e ascoltare meglio. Thank you for having us, Adcom. This is Michele from Blackmagic. I've been working with the company for the last 13 years. We're based in Manchester. As we know, we are an Australian company. A lot of you might have heard of us for different type of cameras that we produce, and not only. We got lots of different verticals and live AV, cinema, post-production tools as well. Many of you maybe already work with DaVinci Resolve and things like that. But today, to stay on the topic, we are going to discuss the 65 or maybe the Ursa Cine 17K, 65. And why we are bringing this to the audience is because we want to embrace this journey. It's not a new format, and obviously, after all these interviews that we heard and the people that are working on field with this, we know that this is something that is very, very special. Okay, and for us was a challenge, because at the end of the day, what we do here at Blackmagic, we're creating tools, just tools to empower you, the real force behind the camera. But obviously, you do need a tool, and you have to face challenges. You have to face different aspects of making films, or in this new world of images everywhere, content in general. And that is where we have to expand also this topic about what's beyond cinema, what's beyond the big screens. I love the passion that Dante has, talking about we want people in the cinema screen and having the IMAX experience and all these things. But I feel like, maybe a bit cocky here, feel a bit on the younger generation. Not judging anybody here, but you've been around for long enough. So my background actually started when everything kind of like crossed and blended. Thank you, Gerard. You're so kind. But anyway, yeah, I shaved just because I don't want to show my grays here. But yeah, I started maybe when actually things were started kind of like mixing up a little bit. So digital intermediate was coming up. So I was very fortunate to see one of the first like red camera coming in with this raw file R3Ds, and we were still processing films, and I was restoring like 3 acetates, 3 strips that we mentioned today as well, and try to figure out not to kind of like spoil these things. And I was doing restoration for the BFI, working on nitrate with a full white suit and make sure I was not blowing up the lab. But then obviously we had a problem. We had to enter the digital world because things were changing, as simple as, and at the end of the day, as much romanticism we want to find and talk about around filmmaking and film industry, it is an operation that requires some investment, big investment, if you are lucky enough to get into those kind of production. But there is another plateau and another large number of filmmakers that want to make it and want to be out there. So digital intermediate was my past. I started digitizing things and see things moving from the celluloid to the digital world, and the rest is a bit of history. Consider that I started 20 years ago in this business. And then I approached Blackmagic, and Blackmagic was doing this amazing solution which were empowering, as we said earlier, the people. So without going too far into it, I was a bit of a background of why we're doing this and who I am. I'd like to kind of like share with you what we believe is important as a manufacturer here today to discuss. And obviously, these are related specifically to 65 millimeter, okay? Because again, I can go down the route of why we do, small camera, portable camera, or whatever. But what we're trying to address here are mainly three things, which are important as a manufacturer point of view. First of all, considering the creative intent. First and foremost, the reason why we do it is because we want to preserve the vision of the director, the OP, production, stay truthful to what we want to deliver creatively, okay? Then the second challenge, actually the second topic is a challenge, which is a technical challenge. As I said earlier, we build tool for you. And that is not an easy task, because you all believe somehow, and I'm going to blame you for that we got a magic wand to actually accept and fulfill every single requirement that you possibly want to make a special, unique magic camera. That doesn't happen, and it doesn't happen overnight. And it requires lots of engineering times in order to respect the first topic, in order to make sure that we don't completely disregard the creative tool, to make a tool which is not respecting the creative side of things. So that is a challenge in itself. And then the last bit we will need to address is the accessibility. We heard earlier that, for some reason or another, this format was kind of like dying out for mainly few reasons: costs and accessibility of cameras, really, okay? And this is unfortunately what it boils down to, nitty-gritty talks. I mean, it's very, very easy to understand. There are some, unfortunately, restriction there and constriction that we have to respect, okay? So we want to address at Blackmagic all these points in one way or another, okay? Sometimes we do succeed, sometimes we don't. But we are doing our best, and we've not been around for such a long time. We've only been building camera for the last, 13, 14, 15, so the leaps that we made were and are huge for what we consider being, an industry which has now 100 years. So we've seen those machinery that were producing 65 millimeter films or VistaVision and all these formats that were giants, and they were not easy to move around, shoot with. So here's where we are now. We are now promoting these 65 millimeter, trying to kind of like research these formats, because there are things connected, as I said earlier, to the creativity and things that you are chasing, such as, for example, using a 65 millimeter sensor, like the one that you find in the Ursa 17K, you will see in the theater later on. As soon as you put a lens on it, you will probably see how quickly you redefine the visual storytelling, okay? That is totally redefined. It's a new grammar, or it's an old grammar, but you need to reapply the way you aesthetically look at it. And one of them is obviously, it's quite obvious, is the shallow depth of field. That is super augmented. Few reasons for that. Of course, people will ask me, can you just not achieve the same thing with Super 35? Yes, you can, but the same shallow depth of field on a 17 4K, especially on the 65 millimeter sensor, means several different things. You got a much shallower depth of field based on a much shorter distance. That means that when you're thinking about maybe staging something or going to the studio, you can afford to be in smaller environment, preserving the same sort of like shallow depth of field, and also having even more objects in the frame. So you're thinking about this expansive framing, okay? If you're seeing old film like Lawrence of Arabia or things like that, you will see those sceneries are huge, they're magic. You feel, somebody used this word before, immersiveness, okay? So this is the feeling that you get, almost you are almost present in the frame, okay? I'm not going to talk about the future of Blackmagic and the immersive camera that we have, which is actually going to bring this to the next level, okay, with different tools. But today is 65. So the other creative, again, intent to respect is something connected to the resolution. And again, we heard also saying that resolution is not always the limiting factor. Actually, could be used in a creative way. One of them, meaning shooting a very, very high resolution, hyper resolution, that means that you can take those features, those very fine features, to the next level. So things like the fall off of the textures are respected and they are pristine, okay? And the other fact is the dimensionality. And when I talk about dimensionality, I mean the relationship between the background and the foreground. So things looks very sculptural in a way, okay? So you have to stage it and think about the way you frame things in a slightly different way. Now, this is the creative side of things, and this is only 50% of the story. Today, we also got representative from lens manufacturers, okay? And this, again, is the other 50%. And personally, I think it's even more than that. Obviously, from my position, from a standpoint, I would say, oh, 50% is the camera, 50% is the lens. It's probably not, okay, to be totally honest with you. I do give a lot of credit to the lens manufacturer, and I love it. And the rest of it, obviously, is the creative behind the camera. So I'm talking from the acquisition point, going back to the camera. So from the acquisition side of things, obviously, thanks to the light, then the lens, then the sensor, then whoever is behind that. So I was mentioning earlier as well that we have to redefine not only the format as it used to be and what we want to preserve and to be in the future, but also how we consume and where we output or where we distribute these formats. Because again, a lot of you have heard today, again, IMAX, big screens or big dimensions, and it's not always the case. I challenge you to tell me when was the last time you actually went to the cinema every single day this year. You couldn't. The majority of the time, you were probably sitting in front of a telly to experience a film or even a different device. So it is true that we are aiming at delivering something that goes on the big screens, hopefully, and I really respect that, and I love to. However, we know that players like big OTT services, for example, HBO, Netflix, you mentioned it, Amazon Prime, they are now looking at, obviously, more and more content creation. So some people are now thinking about, oh, well, what does he have to do, 65 millimeters or sensor size or capture size to other alternative form of viewing content? And that is because, going back to the creative intent, if you apply that aesthetic doesn't really care whether you are shooting with one particular format or raw codec or whatever. It's more the aesthetic. So the field of view that Crowley was talking about, he didn't care about the resolution. He was caring about the composition. So if that composition is preserved and maintained, you can then scale it down to whatever device you want. Of course, the feeling of immersiveness will change because you're not wrapped around or you're not sitting in a big room and you see this 15-meter screen or whatever IMAX screen, but the field of view, so the aesthetic, is preserved. So no matter what, when we got access to devices that will be able to be as good and precise and as immersive in your home, then you will have the same sort of like aesthetic effect. So don't sort of like, mix the two things. One is the perception of immersiveness being part of a social event, perhaps also being part of the, cinema is also that, is the social event, is sitting next to each other, crunchy popcorns and having a laugh together. The other side of things is what we can't really, unfortunately, be without at the very moment. I was watching a film on Netflix last night. I can't lie. I'm traveling, I haven't got access to it. I was watching it here. I know. I was on a plane to Dubai. The first time I watched, Oppenheimer, I stopped watching it because I was like, oh my God, I should really watch this movie on a big telly. Not even say find me the screen, but at least the big telly, because it was shown on an airplane. And these are the distribution. So no matter what, that film was produced in 65, but ended up in the distribution chain in a plane. So you have to, I wouldn't say fight against, but be realistic of where these content are going to be shown anyway, okay? So otherwise we'll kill it in the crib right away. So because of this, and because we talk about creativity, dimensionality, field of view, we want to show what we can provide and produce nowadays with these kind of tools. So let the images do the talk for now, just a couple of minutes, and then we come back to it and we look at the technologies, okay? Can you keep the light, please?
Nel pomeriggio.
Okay, so obviously we were looking at these images on a standard monitor. In the afternoon, we will have access to the theater where you can see the same material on a grade 1 monitor. So obviously we're not judging colors here, but more like the aspect that we mentioned earlier, dimensionality, shallow depth of field, texture, fall off, all these things. But I just wanted to give you, a quick glimpse on what it could look like. Okay. Now, back on the technology side, obviously, we're talking about sensors and what is important to us as a manufacturer, and we always try to respect what the pillars are for us as a manufacturer, which are generally delivering high resolution, high dynamic range, and eventually a color fidelity, so the color science of the camera. So these are the three things that are most important for us. But these are there for a reason, is because we want to achieve those creative intents. The reason why I show the sensor and how big it is not only to say, wow, this is a massive sensor and massive resolution and everything. It's because we also challenge ourselves to make sure that you get pristine images by using newest technology. So newer technology means that, in order to reproduce the color at best, we try also to challenge the current state and the status quo, which is, things like camera using Bayer pattern, especially in the digital format, and then instead kind of like using new approach to the color filter array, like the CFA, and we use a different system, which again, later on in the theater, I'd love to explain to you how it works, but you can see quite quickly we use something a bit unusual. We use a 6x6 patterns where the red and green and blue and the white pixel works together in order to eventually capture symmetrical value in the colorimetry, and then we got dedicated white pixels which are dedicated for the luminance. Okay, so we got enhanced luminance for that, because you must imagine that by squeezing so much resolution in a sensor surface, that becomes quite a challenge, because the pixel pitch becomes so small, and people are afraid of that because they will say, well, your sensor then is going to be extremely dark or not that sensitive. Well, we compensate that with the use of white pixels, which means that we can actually tap onto it and have expanded sensibility. That means that the camera can produce 16 stop of dynamic range, and if you've seen on some of those shots how incredible it was, the inside out, or from the shadow to the highlight, it was pretty beautiful to look at those images. And another important thing, which I think is the most important of this sensor, is the scalability, so what we call the in-camera sensor scaling. What these CFA allows, and again, I think this is the most important bit, is to actually work on high-resolution images or scale it down to 8K or 4K without cropping the sensor. So that means that you don't change the field of view when you lower the resolution. Because again, that is going to have an impact, a massive impact, on the last bit, which I'm just going to mention quickly, which is the data management, so the workflow, the accessibility. Okay, so this is something really, really important to us. Not only preserving, as we said earlier, the 16 stop of dynamic range, luminance, and same field of view, but also making sure that all these beautiful aspirations that you can capture are then accessible. It's something that then, when it goes in post-production, doesn't really have to be so taxing on the machine. Now, the machine has also got interchangeable lens mount, and this is because, again, we talk to lens manufacturers constantly. We know that there are new approaches to lens making in a way. A lot of new and old camera lens manufacturers are now coming out with different options and solutions. Some of them in PL, some of them in LPL, very intelligent with eye data traveling through and metadata. And these things are all really important when, again, we go into the media management and the data rate. So you have to kind of like unify three things: sensor technology, the ability of the lens manufacturer to propose something that can actually be used in that format, so covering all the sensor surface, and then an intelligent codec, which allow you to capture this massive resolution from 17K to 8K or 4K in such a way that it's not going to be too taxing for the system itself. So for us, it's important, and we're going to show you again in the theater this afternoon, how we eventually go across from camera to the post-production tool in an agile way, which could be either traditional, of flowing the media as you would normally do in a digital world, taking the media to your DIT card and do the rest, or in a more clever way, which means that we can tap into so many other clever things, including like cloud management of media and getting into DaVinci Resolve quite efficiently. Again, I'm not going to bore you down with these bit of things. You can ask us this afternoon over there, but I hope that kind of like was sort of like intuitive to understand, and also in a way give a bit more importance and credit to the legacy of 65, trying to bring it up to a market which is so tough to conquer nowadays, especially with something that could sound a bit niche like 65, which actually is not. It's achievable, it's doable, it's just right there in front of you and you can catch it.
Andiamo con il cartello 4. Mark Cattrall. Cattrall or Cattrall? Cattrall.
Yeah, which one? This one?
Cattrall.
I use one.
No, io sono piccolo. Lui è 65 mm, io 16 mm.
You got to translate that. Is that me done? Am I done? Is that me? You've just taken my time. I don't have an Italian introduction. Oh, the height. Yeah.
Where are you from? What, Tussi?
London.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, London. I don't know London what they eat in the morning.
Okay, hello everyone.
But can you get on an airplane, or you keep you outside with the belts?
Say again?
Can you join on a flight, or do you keep you outside with belts?
It's cramped. It's cramped. Economy is not pleasant.
Okay.
Okay, so hello everyone. Thank you, Dante, for inviting us to this and putting on this fantastic event. It's been great, what I've seen so far. I'm the emotional guy. You can ask my wife. I'm not the technical guy. I'm not going to bore you with technical stuff because I don't really know it. I'll try my best to answer questions over in the other way, but I'm going to show you pretty stuff. So this was the title that Dante gave me yesterday for my 5-minute presentation, which I had to take a 25-minute presentation and throw it away. So we're going to talk about 65 at a glance. I'm just going to present to you the GFX Eterna 55 in pictures. Where's the clicker? Is there a clicker? Do I have a clicker? On a table. You prefer a glass of wine? This one? This one. Does that work? Down? There we go. Very quickly, Fujifilm, established in 1934. First ever product was motion picture film. I'm sorry I'm going to speak at this pace because I've got this guy staring at me. We've been doing cinema lenses since the late 90s, well, actually longer than that, but like dedicated cinema lenses since the late 90s. Nowadays, you've probably heard of Premiere, Cabrio, MK, and our latest Premista, large format lenses. And this didn't work. And in 2004, we launched Eterna Film. And Eterna Film was the last motion picture film stock that we created that was actually designed for a digital workflow. So it was optimized so that you would shoot on film, but you knew that you were going to do all your intermediary digitally, and it was optimized for that purpose. So that was 2004. That film was pretty successful for us. Up until 2007, every single Best Picture Academy Award was shot on Kodak. Every single one. And then 2008, we come along with winning Slumdog Millionaire, and well, we didn't win. These guys won, but they shot all of these on Eterna Film. So 2008, 2009, 2010, and then we stopped making film because the industry started to change. So it was very, very successful film, very popular. And then it seems kind of poetic that the name of our last analog film for a digital workflow age, it was the same name that we're giving our first cinema digital camera. So this is the GFX Eterna 55. It has a very big sensor. This is as technical as we're getting today, guys. The sensor is 44 millimeters wide, and it's 33 millimeters tall, and that makes 55 millimeter diagonal, which is what your image circle is. That's where we get the 55 from the name. That's us for technical. What does that mean for your image? Again, I've seen some amazing pictures already today, so you know what this does. I'm just going to show you very, very quick, and because I followed the thing, 15 seconds times 2 of some little bit of footage of some stuff that we've shot on this camera. We've had some really talented DPs, and then after that, I'm going to show you a few stills, and then we're done. So this was shot by a guy. I'm going to shut up. It's 15 seconds. So this film was a combination of anamorphic and spherical, so different aspect ratios that tell different parts of the story. And then a second film that we shot that does a similar thing, but actually flipped it around when it used anamorphic and when it used spherical. Again, we've got both of these films over in the grading suite, so you can see them ungraded and graded and projected, etc. And then I'm just going to go through just quickly some of the benefits of having such a large sensor. So first off, you can shoot 4x3 open gate, and you can use an anamorphic lens. So using that full height. So this shot, for example, or this is from Oren's film, he was shooting with 2x anamorphics, but he didn't then crop it again. He left it at 2.66:1 ratio because he really wanted to show the kind of aesthetics of the lens. He wanted to show off everything that the lens can do, even outside of what the manufacturer would really expect. And then on the second film that I've quoted, this one here, again, same sort of thing. We've gone way outside of the spec of the lens, but for this particular scene, where we're trying to show kind of end of life, regretting life, etc., where it's adding to the storytelling. So well outside of spec of the lens, but still aesthetically pleasing. And then as we bring it in, the focal length changes and the lens starts to actually cover the camera. You can also shoot full open gate with spherical lenses and keep the 4x3. So again, 4x3, in fact, let me just go back one, because Oren's a little quote there. This was a quote from Oren, which I just loved. He just said, like, he feels like he's composing for a medium format stills portraiture, but it's now in motion. And I think this picture is a perfect example of that, where you're really getting a medium format look, but it's in a film. And again, when we actually go and watch it over there, or when you watch it over there, you'll see. But again, you're able to have this really close intimacy while still feeling kind of epic, which is something that the large sensor really helps you do. It also just gives you different framing options, different ways to frame your image within that, because you've got way more height to work with. And the same goes with this one here, where they've used the kind of this angle of the roof to frame nicely. And then in James's film, similar sort of thing, different framing abilities, different ways of telling slightly different stories by using that 4x3 ratio, which I think starting to see a little bit more of. I think, again, it's not that everyone should do it, but it's another tool for people to possibly use. Some macros, lovely stuff. This was a film that we shot in Turkey. Again, I'm going to flick through really quickly, but we can show you over there. I don't know what lenses they use for this one. Apologies for that one. It looks beautiful though, and it's a really nice film. But again, you've got this real big epicness to the intimacy, if that makes sense. The other thing you can do is use the full width, but obviously just crop the height. These are spherical ones. So these examples here, firstly, these are just macro shots that were in the same film as you see before, but because we're trying to match with the anamorphic aspect ratio, we're using a spherical lens and then cropping off. And then these were shot, this is the first time anyone's seen these, by the way. So good luck to you. No, congratulations to you. These were shot by Mauro Fiori. We did a little film in his hometown, or his home region of Calabria about a month ago. And these were colored deliberately, specifically yesterday, because I said I wanted to show some of them here. So again, now he's using the full width of the sensor, but he was using the Premista lenses and then cropping into this aspect ratio. And again, I think, as you can see, the way he's using that width now and that lack of distortion in the perspective to be able to have multiple characters all have their own presence on the screen. I think that's beautiful positioning, and I love what he's done with the color, because up until now, I'd only ever seen ungraded images. And then this was actually our first ever kind of test demo film that we shot in Prague with my colleague Jim, who is my technical guy, but he's not here at the moment because he's stuck helping Area Rental with something. But this is again, you can just show that epicness even at 17:9. And I'm kind of done. So again, going back to this one very, very quickly, it's not all about the large format. The camera itself, you can still shoot in these other aspect ratios as well. So you can choose the size of your canvas separately to your resolution. So, even though today is all about 65mm, and I would say the camera is its biggest strong point, it's still a very flexible camera. So you can use it with, once you've decided what set of lenses you use, or even if you have like a dream sequence or a different sequence within the same production that wants a very different look, you're still able to do it. Don't worry about all that. We can talk about that later. And I think I'm done. If you want to take a photo, then you can sign up for more info and learn any more. But yeah, thank you very much, guys. And like I said, thank you.
Mark,
Over in the other bit, we have cameras, and as the Blackmagic guys said, we've got a really nice setup over there with screening and stuff. So hope to see you over there in a bit. Thank you.
we love the Mark trial interview because it was 65 millimeter in high speed. 250 frames by second, 65 millimeters. Okay, we're going to the 11. Please, board 11. Okay, wait a second. Ok. Signori e signori, allora, questo signore Ian Neal è l'uomo vivente con più Academy Award Oscars al mondo. Numero 1 è Walt Disney, che non c'è più. Lui è vivente. Ian Neal, uno dei più grandi disegnatori ottici del mondo, una leggenda vivente. This gentleman, I met him 20 years ago in Geneva in a hotel, and he changed my view about lenses. He taught me everything. And now I am a sick man. Ian Neal designed the most impacting lenses of the film industry. His incredible story, he passed across the most legendary brands, companies. He knows what's the mystery of designing optical lenses for the arts. That means not to be scientific, but you need how to manipulate in a mysterious way the optical physics. Ian Neal, he's a little shy because he don't like to talk too much, because he's taking all his time to doing projects to impact the film industry. Good morning. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
He lives very close to Lake Como. Another man escaped over there of the film industry. Somebody had to tell me one day why everybody is there.
Don't know.
I think it's a nice place.
It's nice.
It's nice. And you can be relaxed and think about what they're doing in Rome.
Yeah.
We can take an advantage looking from the top, like the Luciano Tovoli light from the roof. We have a light coming from the roof.
Okay.
You can start telling a little about your story.
Okay, so I don't know if anybody remembers the TV series Monty Python, Flying Circus. Are there a few still remember that one? Yeah. So I was saying that. So now for something completely different, I'm going to talk differently from everyone else, but sort of arrive maybe near the same place to do with 65. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a journey what I've been on in terms of imaging. I'll try to compress it so it's not too
Squeeze it.
Squeeze it.
Five
Squeeze it.
pair.
So I when I did my degree, it was actually applied physics. There was a good part of it was optics. Of course, we're talking about things like quantum mechanics, nothing to do with what we see here. But I had to do a thesis at the Royal Observatory in Edinburgh, and that introduced me into imaging systems. So that's actually how I started out, and I had a camera there, which I had to test and analyze, and it was called a Vidicon camera. You've probably never heard of a Vidicon camera, maybe a few people have. There were about 20 of them made at the time of a certain type, and they were actually, you will know the images because the images was Neil Armstrong stepping on the moon. They were made with a Vidicon camera. They made 20 cameras, they always make a lot of them just in case, because you never know which one's going to work. So they had backups. And we had one at the observatory. That was a CCD camera. And that was the beginning of all this digital stuff, okay? That's really the beginning, you might say. Kodak had been working on digital sensors. You actually, to get the sensitivity, we had to go and get some dry ice. I don't know if everybody knows what that is. It's basically solid, frozen carbon dioxide, the gas. And you have to drop that on top of the sensor, or at least around the sensor, to cool it down so you could actually get enough sensitivity. But we used that to look at stars, because it's the Royal Observatory, Edinburgh. It's astronomical. So here's the interesting point was, yes, you need resolution to see stars, but in this case, what was more important was the wavelengths of light. Are you seeing red, green, blue, or what? Okay, so I mentioned that, and you'll see why this fits in with everything going on here. So after that, later on, once I had my degree, passed it, I worked for a company in Scotland, and we worked in I'll call it the aerospace business, and I worked in thermal imaging. You've probably heard it, infrared, where you see at night. I'm sure it's very common today. And the imaging system also used a sort of CCD type device, the sensor. But the point there was I worked there, and I worked more to do with lenses. At the observatory, all the astronomy optics was mirrors, basically mirrors, okay? Like big astronomical telescopes, right? But here at this company, now we've got real lenses made of all sorts of funny materials, germanium, silicon. But here's the point. The point was, although you get an image, you see an image, a night image, but the resolution was not the critical part. You obviously must resolve what's there, but it wasn't very high resolution. The point was you looked at the temperature of the objects. So what you're really seeing is the differences in temperature as you look at the object. So again, the resolution wasn't important. So you have to keep noting what I'm saying about resolution.
Can I tell a thing? He was looking to the stars up there,
yeah,
and make the lenses look at the stars on the scene. Interesting.
I moved from that company after some years to a company in Canada, and there I worked in consumer, industrial, and aerospace, and a whole variety of different imaging systems, and I got to realize that what's important in terms of the image produced for whatever it is, whatever application, it's not the sensor, it's not the lens, not the accessories, I hate to say this, but not even the person shooting it or the director. It's the system. It's the system that matters, okay? So I worked at this company not for very long, and they were working on some lenses you probably know of called Primo lenses, Panavision Primo lenses, and because of that, I ended up, I'll mention the company name, at Panavision in Los Angeles, and I was brought on board to build what was called the optical division of the company. It was like 1/3 of the company, basically. And one of the first adverts I saw for the company was, I'm talking about like in an ASC magazine or somewhere, or BSC, whatever, I don't know about the Italian, but there was an advertisement that was published. And I thought, that's interesting, because they showed a picture of a movie camera, a film camera, and they showed a lens on the camera and some accessories and the lighting and all blah, blah, blah. And then the tagline, okay, the tagline was, "It's the system, stupid." So you get the point. The point is the lens is part of a system. I think this was mentioned a little bit earlier to do with the camera and the sensor, So anyway, just to say that at Panavision, what happened to me was, although I was doing lens design, I got involved in all sorts of things, even building a lens factory, all sorts of different things, engineering, manufacture. And I was on film sets a lot, location, worked a lot with the DPs and producers, directors, actors, special effects, visual effects. I did that for about 5 years. And of course, I learned then that one of the things that's talked about a lot was, then and still is resolution. And I realized at that time, it's not really resolution you have to bother about, it's contrast. It's the contrast in the image, and a lot of the DPs, what they're really, manipulating, that's one thing they're manipulating, trying to massage, let's say, the aesthetic is to do with contrast. So it's a sort of mixture of contrast and resolution. Because if you go back to the old pictures, black and white Ansel Adams, the resolution back then, some of the pictures way exceeds what we have now, even with some of these newer cameras. So it's not a resolution so much issue, it's more of a contrast and how you control it at different resolutions, if you can think of it that way. So I saw a lot of different ways of shooting for application. I saw, like, I don't know if you know Captain EO, it's that old piece, but Captain EO was a 3D that was shot 65. I think it was 55 millimeter lenses. I can mention the DP is he's not very well known for the movie making. It's all visual effects, special venue. Peter Anderson's his name. I think he's still around. I hope so. And it was very interesting to see how you to try and shoot 65 millimeter. They called it flat 65. That means spherical. These days, I think it's called spherical, but I remember it as being flat. Flat 65 with 2 cameras, 2 lenses, and a contraption to join you have to split the image into the 2 images for the 2 cameras to get the 3D and all the rest that happens. And in these days, you know, how do you make the lenses give the same image, the image size and all this? So the way you to do it is to build like 20 lenses and then find 2 that match. But the interesting point was all of that and then other pieces, you know, there's something called show scan. Probably nobody remembers the show scan. It was a 65 millimeter, 60 frames per second. And that was, they had a sort of a demo place, show scan in Venice, you know, Venice Beach in Los Angeles. Sorry if I'm not on this here. And they did a great advertisement where you sat a whole, you know, 3 or 4 rows of seats, and you sat there, and they showed this piece when somebody was talking, and they're running the projected image from this camera, from the show scan camera, and you hear somebody talking, and then you see someone walking through the screen, and it actually looked like somebody had walked through the screen until you realize it was just shot that way. No, it was, in other words, no one had walked through. It looked so lifelike. So anyway, there was that. That was 65, but at 60 frames, so that wasn't cheap for the film and all the rest. And then with Panavision, of course, I was involved with a lot of movies and knew a lot about the movies, even going back to Ben-Hur, and I knew about all the lenses. I tested them, and I didn't build Ben-Hur lenses, of course, but I knew about them all. And one movie that cropped up was it was called Far and Away. It was in the late 80s, early 90s. And it wasn't a highly successful movie, but it was interesting, certainly for me, because it was shot 65 flat. In other words, not anamorphic, for those that don't understand, spherical flat. And it was Mikhail Solomon was the DP. He became a director after the movie, actually. I think he was a Danish DP. And it was, can't remember the director, it was Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman. Some of these actors are very particular. They actually get involved with the equipment, at least at a rental company like Panavision. So it's an odd thing, but there were certain scenes in the movie, and this brings me up to date as to what we're looking at and what we're considering. There was a scene in the movie with a bar. It was a bar top, and you had someone in focus at the one side of the picture, and someone in focus at the other side of the picture, but one was at 3 feet and one's at 20. I think they were sliding a glass of beer or something down the bar top, you know. And the problem was they couldn't get the 2 in focus at the same time. It was a darkly lit scene. I don't remember, it might have been T-Grain film. That was about the days of T-Grain arriving on the scene. Even so, there was a problem with the lighting and the depth of field. So they said, we can't get this shot and we want it. So what we had to do was we had to convert some tilt-shift lenses for full frame or Leica format. We had to convert some lenses, but we don't need the tilt-shift. We need the combination of the tilt and the shift, so it becomes a slant focus lens. In other words, as you sort of rotate the lens, it's on the camera, but you sort of rotate it. It's a metal piece, you rotate the lens. You tilt the object plane. So it's a combination of tilt and shift. So we called it slant focus, and that was used in the movie. Actually, I think there were 3 focal lengths. I think there was 35, 24, 35, and 45. I won't name the source of the lenses, the original lenses, although I do know, I do remember them. Of course, they're very wide lenses, which, so we had to do that. Then there was a problem, a lot of shots, they needed a zoom lens. And this sort of gets a bit forgotten with 65 millimeter. Everyone loves to develop lens product, but there's no zoom lens. Now you might say, no, but you can take a lens and put an expander, you can make it work. Well, the trouble is everybody wants a wide lens because of the depth of field issue. So they all want a wide zoom, and to get a wide zoom, even if you convert a still lens, it's not easy to do, and it tends to be slow. The lens that was for far and away, I can't remember the focal length now. It was pretty wide, had like a 3 times zoom ratio roughly, and I think it was a T5.6. It wasn't very fast, but fast enough. And that was required in the movie for many different shots. So, you know, what I found out doing all this and designing some lenses was you really have to listen to the customer, you might say, to the end user. And it's not just what they'd like to have. It even depends on what it is they're shooting. Like, you know, what's the script? What is it? The story. And in that movie, you know, over a matter of, I don't know, within 6 months or 4 months, these slant focus lenses had to be developed, and a zoom lens had to be sort of concocted, you might say, to be able to shoot. So a lot of this with 65, what I found was that the depth of field is a big issue because there's so little depth of field, but also it drives the focal lengths. I know the focal lengths get longer as you're going to the bigger format, but actually the wider format tends to be preferred. And that's going back to what I mentioned with the Captain EO. You know, it's to do with you know, going fairly wide. So the whole composition, how you shoot things and which lenses you need, this is lenses at this point. I think the depth of field is important. Now some movies, the Ben-Hur was shot anamorphic. It was actually a 1.25 squeeze, so it was about 2.75 or 7.6 to 1. You know, letterbox, very wide.
It was like a Cinerama.
Yeah, oh yes, it was actually in competition with Cinerama, in fact, but it wasn't done by 3 cameras. It was done with 1 camera. So that was anamorphic, just to get the spherical lens out wide enough to take you out further and then you get the depth of field, the unusual depth of field look with anamorphic, which was something that was actually wanted because it sort of extends the depth of field, so it fitted in very well, just a little bit of the anamorphic look.
But
so
we have a lunch shortly.
I know, I'm going to finish in a few minutes.
No, because everybody had to cut a little, you know, it's like editing, humanity.
Yeah, so coming, well, they have to just wait. They just have to wait.
Okay. People can wait.
So coming up to date, so to me, when I look at all this and what I've seen and what's going on, and I do design lenses, I've designed lenses from, you know, like cell phones where are just a few millimeters diameter, you know, the image, just a few millimeters. The pixels are like less than a micron, up to very large sensors, much bigger than 65. And what I see as the most important thing, and this is the camera, the lens, the accessories, you know, the lighting, how you shoot. To me, the most important thing for 65 is actually innovation. Because if you look at the last 100 years, you know, you look at all the different formats, all the different cameras, all the different lenses, the types of movies shot, how they all look, there's a lot of innovation, you know, whether it's the DP doing something, you know, there's a lot of innovation. So to me, I would say if 65 gets stuck doing Me Too product, and I'm talking about Me Too, I don't mean technically, but what people, you know, people who are watching say, well, it's just the same as this or the same as using an Apple iPhone or something. It's no good. You've got to do something different. And that's the trick. So I think that's the big, to me, that's always the big question mark. And doing something different, by the way, it doesn't have to be technical. It could be a financial thing. There's all sorts of things there, factors. But it has to be do something different. And I'll finish with that. Thank you.
Just to close, thank you. No, I just want to explain.
Does anybody need any lenses designed?
Yeah, we can design lenses. Jamie Cluett needs some lenses designed.
Oh, okay.
Ciao, Jamie. He can design for you. Send money to me. Just something very intriguing about what he do. In the 2018, I shot a movie in Torino with a Panavision Genesis, And I think it was the only movie shot in Europe. Maybe Carlo Loretti can confirm. It's the only movie shot in Europe. Only one movie shot in Europe by me. Because I want to try the Primo lens. I can just tell something. I was looking to have some good flare in the lenses. There was no way to have a flare. Putting a laser inside the glass was nothing, no flare. I was shocked. I had to put my finger here and try to make some flare by myself. Unbelievable lenses. Never seen something like that. Unbelievable quality, unbelievable depth. This is a master of the humanity. Thank you. Okay. We have now Gerhard Bayer. Trying to find your... There's something. Number one. Here's the number one board. You're the number one. Gerhard Bayer is a famous serial killer from Munich. This man, I met him in an event in the 1996 in Munich with Alfred Piffel. There's another legendary guy that was another teacher of me. He was like a big friend. And he was very young. He was very young.
You too, I think, at that time.
I have hair, you remember, long hair,
yeah.
And they have tattoos everywhere, and that they cancel everything. And Gerhard is involved in so many things, from Leica Cine, from CV Double Thunder Optics, from PS Technique now again. We are long-time friends. Also with Tommaso, it's like the three Avengers, or Musketeers, depends. But
we should do a picture. Yeah. Do you remember the class from 25 years ago?
Anyway, Gerhard is a man that's playing a huge role in Germany, where he's the master class of people making glasses for cinema. And he knows everything. He works with everybody, from Zeiss to lights to everybody. And he's another of the men that we spoke mostly some hours a month about lenses on phone. We are dangerous, like lovers, but we don't have any relationship. But we talk about lenses often on the phone. And I call Ian, I call Gerhard, we call other people, and James, and Kerry Duffy. Kerry Duffy is another gentleman. He's not here because I think he's not coming. He was in India, I don't remember. Kerry Duffy is the other man that's missing here, that is the most connecting man on earth about cinematography. He can call God, can call Peretz, can call me, can call everybody. This guy knows he's the son of the famous English photographer Duffy, the man that shot David Bowie with the strike. He's the man of that picture. The son is Kerry Duffy. He runs the collection of the father of artists from the 50s. He's not here, but he's another man that conditionally completed my life. Really. This is all my friends. I don't know. It's like the 12 apostles of death. I don't know what we are. Gerhard, we had to go to lunch, but it's good for you. You have to be short.
Okay. Well, you welcome. And I try to make it short because in the afternoon we have all the lenses that I'm talking about over there in the studio, and we can touch and feel and test and feel it. And I think this is what is essential to this. But thank you for this warm welcome. And yeah, thank you all my friends. I'm working since years with Ian, with Tommaso. I see Jamie over there. So it's hi Harald.
Harald Bugani from Technovision.
It's really like family. But the theme is 65 millimeter. And I think you mentioned it before. You said, what is the German optical perspective on this? And that's a funny question because the German optical vision, I cannot tell you anything about it. Because we have companies in Germany that really wrote the book or history book of lens manufacturing, like Zeiss, like Leica. Yeah? And I would rather turn it into the new Bavarian vision of optics. So I'm basically here like a Bavarian international.
Look at me, the Oktoberfest lenses.
Yes. And I'm here for CBM. It's called Cinebrands Munich. We are a sales company, but I'm also here because with this company we work very close together with manufacturers. And indeed, manufacturers, they are all sitting in Bavaria, in the south of Germany. And I'm sure that a lot of you will be familiar with some of them. One of them is P&S. The other one is Gecko Cam, and there is IBE Optics. And Lowell Crowley, Ian, and Michelle from Blackmagic, basically you nailed everything down, yeah, what makes headaches to us as manufacturers and sales companies. Yeah, because when you said, give me creative impact, what do you want? Yeah, then you get a numerous number of ideas. Can you make me a lens like this and that? And then you start thinking and trying to turn this into a product. Is it doable? Can you do it? Or you start thinking, and these companies I'm here for, and I'm very honored that I can represent IBE, GeckoCam, P&S, and also another company where we have products here, Second Reef. It's all Bavarian. Yeah? And we have, at every place, we have the same discussion. Make me a lens that looks like this. Okay, I want to have it blurred here, and I want to have the focus here, and then I want to go this. And oh yeah, we think, and this is fabulous in this regard, that all these companies, they are small, yeah, but we started to think big. We started to think in the bigger picture. We started to think in the big picture, and we started to think, what means it, big picture? So we ended up with 65. What do we need to do to make 65 millimeter by these lenses work? Why do we do all this? Yeah? And then we started and went out and asked DOPs. So what do you want? Why are you thinking about maybe large or larger formats? And the answers we got had been very interesting. Some of them said, you know, it's immersive. Okay, we got this a little bit before. We have more room we can play with. We have resolution we can play with. We can crop. Yeah, all things that we had. And then some of them came, you know, I like to shoot larger format because there's always an abstract that surprises me when I see the final image. Can you do me an abstract lens? And then you go back to the engineers, which is very funny then, and say, okay, can you make me an emotional lens? Yeah. Can you, German engineering, hello, can you optimize imperfectness? And this is exactly what we're trying to do with these companies, optimizing imperfectness. From feedback we get from DOPs, from things we are testing, checking in the lab by our own thoughts, yeah? And these funny discussions, do we need, Ian might laugh about it, do we need A-spheres? Yes or no? What does an A-sphere do in the optical system? Here again, that is the system. What kind of sensors are we focusing on? What does the sensor do? What does the sensor read out will be from what we deliver to the sensor? Yeah? So do we use A-spheres, yes or no? I have products with me where we said, okay, this is the product, this is our idea, we use A-spheres. And on the other hand side, I have products with me where we deliberately said, no, we don't use A-spheres. Yeah? One product goes more into the 70s, the other product goes another way back to the 50s. Yeah? So the problem is, or the challenge, you cannot make everybody happy with one unit, with one product for everything. So there will always be a variety of lenses. And the next thing is, with these companies, one thing for us is very important, and I think this goes in the direction of 65, emotional. Why are we thinking of this format? Why are we trying to use it? And I love that these new cameras are out there, the Fujifilm Eterna, the Blackmagic. Yeah? There is also something like the ARRI 265 we are thinking about.
We are going basically to receive things from the bottom again. We have a new starting point.
That's
right. Going to
yes.
give energy. Creative people, when they have a new challenge, do the best.
Yes, but what I want to say here is, these companies, we are working with. We let us not be irritated from what we can see coming into our market from the outside. Our major thing is, let's not be irritated from cheaper or less expensive products, because an expensive lens is an expensive lens for a reason. A cheap lens is a cheap lens for a reason.
Not only. The point is that if you don't have cinema culture, you cannot design a lens. That's the point.
Yeah, but
you cannot just have a scientific approach. There's so many things inside a glass that's related to emotional points.
Yeah, but Ante, we think big picture. We think
exactly.
big
I know
picture.
the story.
You know the story. We think big picture, and this is what we do. And this is what I brought with me today, which we can see after the lunch break, then in the afternoon.
We can have
studio.
lunch in 65 millimeter, but before we have to be Jordan Twisterwood.
Okay, so then I stop here and
yeah, we can talk at lunch because I send you people who want to buy lenses.
Test and feel. See you later. Thank you.
Thank you to Gerard. We're going to Jordan Twisterwood. Jordan has the board 15. This guy is helping us to go to lunch. Please.
All right, so what you're saying...
Twisterwood means hurry to the hamburger in English.
So apparently I'm the thing that's standing between everybody here and lunch. So...
That means I give you a chance to be shorter and they don't recognize that you have nothing to tell.
I've got plenty to tell, so I'm going to keep it shorter.
Listen,
right.
This gentleman is going to tell something that you never imagined. Okay? Vincenzo Carpinetta. Poni attenzione.
All right, well, first off, thank you everybody for your time and attention and coming, and thank you, Dante, for putting together this event. So I think
my pleasure.
It is an absolute great conversation to have. What I'd like to do today is just kind of give you our view on what are the new opportunities, what's the intersection with 65 mil, and I think a lot of the previous speakers have touched on some of the exciting topics, right? Sort of that rebellious young spirit among students that aligns well with the opportunity of more accessible cameras that are using the 65 mil format. What does it mean when all of a sudden it becomes a choice because it's not get kept behind a $200,000 camera? Oh. Okay. So one of the first things is through the evolution, and a lot of what I'll talk about today is the Pancro side of things, because that's our first introduction into the 65 millimeter format. But we chose to take a path where we pulled from our heritage and then brought it forward. So from the SP3, which is actually capable of covering a 65 mil sensor, we've actually had it on the GFX camera, all the way up to the Pancro 65, through the history of the Pancro Classic, full frame, and Super 35. Now, some of the interesting things is that though the SP3 is a bit of a ground-up design, it still pulls from the heritage and the optical prescription of the Pancro Classics and the history of the Speed Pancro. But then the Pancro 65 is actually a continuous evolution through the Pancro Classic line. So across some of the focal lengths, the actual optical recipe is exactly the same as the other lenses in the series, but depending on mechanical considerations, might have been rehoused or readjusted, the longer focal lengths tend to then be similar to the previous smaller format series, and the widest angle ones are the ones that get redressed or redesigned. All right, so the Pancro 65 will debut with a 30 to a 152, starting with a 2.8, 2.8, 2.5 through the middle, and then ending up with a T2.9, anywhere from 1.7 kilograms to 2.2 kilograms. So, it's still substantial, but also nice enough and lightweight. But I think what's more important is to talk about the images and the emotions that these lenses create, the expressions that they can come to. And then there's the SP3s. All right, so just quickly, some historical reel that just gives a good cross-section of what are these lenses? What is this storytelling element, the emotions that are now brought to a 65mm format? I won't, for the sake of speed, I won't let this go through the full thing, but you can see that there's a whole continuity of imagery across now. The large format Panchro, given the capture format at the time, has a lot of a different look. All right, then the SP3 itself has a particular new spin on everything. Well, what I think is really amazing is the fact that these lenses do cover the 65mm format. You have new options where you could put these on a GFX, even on the small stills format camera, put those into new, unique places and have a continuity of capture across 65mm where you could be using a larger format camera with the Panchro 65s. You have a lot of opportunities for how you use these lenses and what stories you can tell in this format. Now, this was actually test material shot on the 40 and the 75mm Panchro 65 by Ben Safer on the Blackmagic 17K 65. So this material is available on our website. This is just a quick little view of everything. But you can see it has all the beautiful characteristics that everybody has been talking about with the format. But again, the beauty of all this is the availability and the accessibility to more people of this format and the exploration and the stories that you and your peers will be able to tell, and also the future generations and what they're going to be able to tell. But I also want to segue into something I think is an important topic across this, and I hope it will sort of segue and set up a great conversation with Victor Perez. And by the way, we're all very lucky that we've got an award-winning visual effects supervisor that is absolutely, mad about cinematography and super well respected within the industry here to speak to us this afternoon as well. All right, so this is where I segue into the visual effects side of things, because I think it's an important conversation, which is, if you look on the left, we've got, let's use a music analogy, someone working in a music studio, similar process. Visual effects is about groups of artists, groups of musicians coming together, but in a process that allows iteration and sort of exploration over time. Filmmaking on set, very much like live performance. Everybody has to bring their A game right at that moment to get the best capture, the best take of the best performance with all the right considerations all done at once. Everybody, though, is a filmmaker in those scenarios. So what I encourage everybody going forward is to look at how can we all say we all love filmmaking, right? There's a lot of things that go in terms of the collaboration. You as cinematographers have the opportunity to share information and share your intent to see that replicated in the visual effects. And that comes about through a few ways. And this is partly where the Panchro 65 being an iTechnology lens comes in. Because the metadata, squirrely, nerdy, spin a propeller on your head, kind of topic, but it is your love letter to the visual effects team as a cinematographer, right? What did you intend? Why did you shoot at a T-stop? What was your focus choices? All these things are your vision, right? Including the lens choice. So if you use these smarter lenses that have these sensors, you have the ability to capture this information to pass off to the people that work for someone like Victor to carry on your vision. And I think that is a really important part because lenses are going to continue to evolve, optics is going to continue to evolve. We can get into all the conversations about T-stops, close focus, things like that. But the overall process is also really important. And we can't deny that there's a lot more collaboration across multiple disciplines that are taking place. And so it's really important that for you to share your vision, to see your vision carried through, that it's about your lens choices and then also making sure that other people know about it. All right. First time I've actually been able to show this clip to an audience that probably has seen this movie. So this is from the Comandante. And this was actually a collaborative project where Cook was involved using the metadata. The key thing here is that this show was very successful for the level of visual effects that he was able to achieve to support the cinematography and the storytelling on a very accelerated schedule and budget. They pulled forward the screening 10 weeks because it went to the Venice Biennial, and they still completed all the visual effects on time. But why? Because all the information about the cinematography choices was captured and carried through to post-production. So on one hand, you've got this beautiful new format opportunity, but we shouldn't ignore that it's not just about the glass, it's not about the cameras, it's also about the continuation of the process and what the modern realities are. So that is our position on 65 mil, which spans the artistic expression all the way through to the technology. And then after lunch, Victor can tell you more about what it takes to complete that as an award-winning visual effects supervisor. Yeah.
Okay, now, one second, thank you. Anyway, we can talk later on the other session in the afternoon with, about all the special effects upgrades and improvements of the Cook lenses protocol.
Yep.
We talk about. Now we're coming with the Victor Perez.
Well, apparently I wasn't the last thing before lunch, so.
13, no, because you are aperitivo.
Oh, I'm an aperitif. All right.
Victor Perez. Ok, Victor Perez, incredibilmente era uno studente mentre insegnavo. He was a student, incredibly. When I was teaching Academia of Immagine of Aquila, sent by Vittorio Storaro to teach to young people what's digital cinematography, he was a student there, but I don't recognize he was just 25 kilograms.
Ago, yeah.
And we have another piece of history together. I don't know. It's all people I met before. It's like a complotto. What's happening here, all these people? Victor's made an incredible career. He's a very nice gentleman, very nice boy, and he's a super talent about special effects. I don't want to give you a hurry, but we can also talk with him later. And I will say, you're leaving soon or no? Okay. After we can have a session over there in a dark place, and he can tell a lot of stuff up to us. And he's very generous in teaching and telling and explaining. Do your job now, please.
I think even my grandmother would never do a better introduction than that. So, thank you. Well, thank you, Dante, for putting together this. I think it's great that artists come together to talk and to talk about everything that is becoming art, because technology is part of art. And 65 is like, you know, when you are a grow up, you want to do 65, because that is cinema. So the thing is, like, I'm not a cinematographer. I was not good enough to become a cinematographer. But the reality is, like, as a cinematographer, I study formally cinematography. But the thing is, like, cinematography is based on capturing beauty from reality. For me, beauty, by the way, is the harmony of imperfections. That is beauty. For an artist, the thing of capturing beauty is based on a reality. For me, that wasn't enough. So for me, it's not about what reality is or what is truth is, but what the world could be. That is the visual effects. The thing is, like, of course, I have to play with the rules of reality. So I need to be like a sort of cinematographer. So the thing is, like, in this completely crazy thing, I'm just coming across that reproducing the imperfections is actually fascinating. So that's why I started just getting obsessed. I think I need a life now. But the thing is, like, I love, for instance, to capture all those imperfections of the lenses, for instance, and all the ways that the sensors have to capture, because it's really different to work on a 35 sensor or a 65 or in IMAX. I think I still are the only visual effects artist to ever work on a Christopher Nolan green screen. I did the only green screens ever shot by Christopher Nolan, because he preferred to shoot for real, and he can, so why not? But the only 3 green screens, I did that, and I work on IMAX format. And The challenge is like, yeah, it changed. The amount of detail changes. But not only the detail that I remember having comments on a very wide shot and having a comment of, I think I see a pixel of green in the eyelash of Christian Bale. And you see the shot, and Christian Bale is like this. And it's like, okay. But the challenge is not about just doing the effect, but doing the effect in a way that nobody feels that. And I love Christopher Nolan because he's an artist, but he cares about the technicality. He defends film, and he defends IMAX film. And I love that because it's the way of expressing. I remember I was working on, I will never forget, in 2012, I was working for 6 months in 12 seconds of the film, of The Dark Knight Rises. Up to a point where Chris made a comment and he said, it's good, but that thing in there still look fake. And he's like, well, thank you, because that is real. The fake thing is the other one. So at that, thank you.
Great, Victor.
Well, the thing is like, in order to get that, it was not about creating the effect. It was about creating the imperfections. So that's why I love to talk now as a supervisor. I love to talk with cinematographers because we have to tell the story together. And something that I noticed is like, we got super advanced in technology. We get, I mean, like the camera, having like a 65 Blackmagic camera that is at a price that is indecent of how accessible it is. It is amazing, but still, we are missing something, a bridge between visual effects and cinematographers. So that creates frustration because my job is to destroy the image because I have to create imperfections. But you, as a cinematographer, decide how you want me to destroy your image.
He's a demolition man.
Exactly. So the thing is like, thanks to, you know, I love the technological research. I love technology. I love lights and buttons in general. But when I was in touch with Cook, that I am researching with them, and they told me about the systems, about transferring the metadata and getting all the metadata, is truly a set of instructions. So by having the metadata, by having conversations, by talking, because cinema is made by so many people. So the frustration is not, oh, you destroy my image. It's like, let's destroy the image the same way, because it's all, you cannot avoid imperfections, but you can model the imperfections in order to get exactly what you need. So that is my job. So what I don't want to take much of your time, but what I just propose is like, let's open a dialogue, because visual effects is not post-production. I have been working in Italy, for instance, with Gabriele Salvatore, that I love. I love working with him because he get me on board. The first thing, even with Italo Petriccione, the cinematographer, we started working together way before we start principal photography. So it's not about post-production. If you put me in post-production, I'm going to be lost, because it's like, here you are, do it. What? Hello, my name is Victor. So the thing is like, if I start, we can work together and we can start planning. And at the end of the day, my work, when it's well done, nobody will notice. And that is the best comment that I have. It's like, someone is going to say, hey, is that visual effects? So I want to work for you and with you. But for that, we also need to find a language. And the language is metadata. For instance, that is one. So let's respect that, and let's be open just to collaborate together, because, you know, it's always nice to feel like a cinematographer myself. But I am a cinematographer without a camera. So let's go and have lunch. Thank you.
Bella. Victor.
I met Dante like this morning.
Before earthquake.
but we feel like we met each other. And yeah, Gary from Cook put us
We have the same psychotherapy man.
Thank you.
Grazie, Victor. We go to 16. 1 second. We have a little thing with Jamie. Jamie, we ask you 2 minutes. Jamie is 16, bored. Let me introduce you. Jamie is another friend, unbelievable. We worked together with Cook for a long time. Now we moved to new adventures, and he's still talking to me, and that means friends remains friends forever. He comes, now he's in TLS Optics. That's a company that started the career rehousing vintage lenses, and that means many times I worked with them, with Gavin, and we was talking about what's the best lenses made and which serial numbers made with the yard where you can find them. It was catching lenses for customers to create special rehoused lens sets from the history. They know what's good, they know how it was made, and not all the lenses were the same quality. That's incredible. It's a mix of things depending on design, about production problems, batches. And now they're looking forward to become lens manufacturers, but they have incredible knowledge about what was done before. Go.
I think you've taken up my 2 minutes already, but I'll try and be very quick. So, brief history on TLS. We've built our brand by re-engineering vintage modern optics into production classics. So, we like to take the legendary lenses that have either been used for stills or for cinema, rehouse them, repurpose them, make sure they're reliable for modern productions. So we brought 4 lens series here with us today. They all cover the 65mm format, or some of the focal lengths do. We are working on an integrated expander, which will allow them to cover the full sensor on the 265. We have our own TLS Vega lenses, which they're a fast full-frame plus lens. When at T1.5, they will cover the Alexa 65. If, for example, Mickey 17 was shot on these lenses, the format was 1.8 by 1, and it was scaled to 95%, which basically allowed this creative look for a modern lens, but at the same time, it put in some other characters that you wouldn't get shooting, say, on Alexa 35 or just standard full frame. We have the size contact lenses, which from the 28 to 135 will cover the Fuji Eterna. We have the Mamiya lenses, so their image circle is 60mm plus. This will cover, obviously, all formats for 65mm. And we also have the Petzval lenses, which the Petzvals have a unique character to them. They are sharp on focus, but in the background, you'll see the swirly bokeh effects. TLS as a company, we can detune, retune this to give it more of a swirly effect or less, depending on what format you're shooting on. And yeah, we have all these lenses across in the other building to allow you all to test for yourselves and see some of the legendary glass which we're bringing to the future. Okay? Time for dinner.
Thank you. Oh. Last minute, another minute, go. Jamie, thank you. Board 22 with 1 minute. 22? Okay. Last minute. You're ready for lunch? Tommaso, you don't go to lunch. We don't have nothing for you. You create disturbing me, you cannot eat anything. Okay. Giorgio Dal Brollo is the young, this is Giorgio. Giorgio is the young man behind the old guys from Adcom Digital, Adcom Cinema. There's another big boy, that's the old guy, Steven Mariani on the back. But everything started from Giorgio. I joined Adcom in March 2025, but I was a little uncomfortable there because I'm not really an online reseller, or I just asked, why? I can stay here, but we need to create Adcom Cinema Division. And they tell me, okay, do it. And I do it. And this event is just made from that idea to change and create a division in Italy. This is the biggest company in Italy, is the most important company in Italy in the industry of audiovisual equipment. This is the most powerful company in the country, but they can believe in cinema because I asked them to believe, and George was the guy creating the contact with the owners. He's the future of Adcom cinema. He's learning fast. He's enthusiastic. Thank you to Giorgio for doing this fantastic job for us. Good lunch. You want to talk? Go.
Sincerely, I feel a bit overwhelmed to be here in front of huge names, so I feel quite small. But yeah, it's an honor to stay here in front of people who spend their entire life to the craft and art of cinema. Cinematographer of any kind, huge entities whom work still inspire people from all over the world right now, so it's great. Yes, Adcom, I'll be very, very quick, so we go hit. I've been working in Adcom since 15 years now, more than 15 years maybe, but Adcom was founded much earlier than me, so in 1992, more than 33 years ago, and by 3 people. One of them is there, is Stefano, is watching us, already presented by Dante, and with one simple vision, just serve and support the video making industry and the video making community in general. Yeah, we tried to stay focused on, we've grown step by step and year by year, with trying to be as much humble as possible and with curiosity, and always with a big respect of professionals to trust us every day. Of course, it's very difficult to stay focused on this because we need to really be concentrated for the fact that technology is just as powerful as the hands and minds that use it. We think for real that technology should serve art and not the way opposite. So this is very, very difficult for us because we need to take numbers at the end of the month because that's what keeps us alive. And so it's not easy, but we try always to remember that this topic, which is very important, which is leading everything to passion. So thank you, Dante, for joining us. And
it's just the beginning of a strange adventure, yeah. But it's fun.
Yeah, thank you very much all for coming, and all the people that are here really give us the enthusiasm to make it even better for the future.
E adesso andiamo a pranzo e ringraziamo Carlo Loretti di Panalight e Panavision per aver offerto il pranzo a tutti noi. Un applauso a Carlo Loretti e la Panavision. Panalight!